Put it on Twitter. There you go. 12 is the most common number. We all know the best way of working out an average is the mode.
12 pulls. All right, that's pretty good. 12 pulls pretty good for Vexiona. And we're at 10, so could be pretty similar here.
So where is it Method got caught up where pieces didn't?
Soccer boss.
No, but...
Football boss.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah. Apparently Method's not very good at football. Too much time gaming and using those wrists, not enough time kicking the balls.
I mean, we may be from the U, but we don't go outside.
Yeah, clearly. All right, this is interesting. A real football match. Who do you think would win, Method or Twitch chat? A real football match.
The whole of Twitch chat?
Yeah. Like, how many players are in football?
Okay. So, on one hand...
Okay, 10 people from Method, 10 people from Twitch chat.
Now, I like the whole Twitch chat idea more. Because on one hand, clearly having more people is an advantage.
True.
But on the other hand, most of Twitch chat are trolls. And I feel like a lot of them would try and help Method win. Just to spite each other?
Twitch chat are not trolls at all. Like, literally everyone in Twitch chat are basically like Messi's right now. Right? Like
what?
Messi. Football. You better know who Messi is.
I really do not know.
Oh, man. I feel like I know more football than... You're a Brit. You're supposed to know football.
It's not like an inherent blood gene.
It is. What does Kappa even mean? I don't even know what Kappa means. I actually do Twitch chat. Don't tell me I'm dumb because I don't know what Kappa means. All right, so getting back to the fight, Vexiona is at about 50%, sub 50% right now, and everyone is alive. This is looking like a pretty good pull, and so ideally we want to get to that 40%, everyone alive, so we can bloodlust. And we'll see how it goes from there. So we're in this phase. We are killing. We're at 44%. So we're killing this ad, and Vexiona will phase right here. They will push Vexiona pretty soon. I think they're going to get one wave of ads, and they're going to finish off that ad. Yeah. So here comes the Dark Portal. They're going to finish off these ads as Vexiona is phasing.
I will say that this does feel like a very quick fight.
It's rather quick.
It's hard, but it's
that is
right?
One of the things about this raid is that most of the fights are sub 5 or 6 minutes, which is pretty quick. There aren't any significantly long, like multiple phase fights, except for Carapace and N'Alotha.
Yeah, which is to be
normal,
expected.
Right? Yeah.
But I remember, like, Lady Ashvane, for example.
Lady Ashvane
felt like some of those pulls took such a
when
while.
it first came out, it was a while. It took a while, right?
Yeah.
But they nerfed it 2 or 3 times, had a couple iterations, and it ended up being like a 2-minute fight at the end, right?
You just smash through it now?
Yeah, super easy. So everyone lived that first devastation, or so we've got the Twilight Decimators coming out, and they're doing their dance. Here comes the big AoE. Or, I'm sorry, the shadow little puddle thingies they have to put out. All right, here comes the Heart of Darkness. Oh, no, we got feared. Oh, he turtled. Look at that. Look at that big game play right there.
There you go.
Big brain right there. The turtle before the fear, he knew that was coming out.
13%.
13%. Everyone is alive. They have one more big AoE to do.
We got to start hyping this up.
He's running from the thing from beyond. He's running.
10%.
Look at that freezing trap.
This is now the best pull.
So
9%.
One more big AoE. So they have a couple people dead.
8%.
They res Reves. here's the big AoE. They're going to, let's see who lives it.
Oh, it's looking good. 6.5%. We are
dead.
potentially looking
5%.
at the kill now. This is the best
5%.
pool they've
they
had.
just need to play cleanly here.
5%,
4%.
Vexiona
3%.
can really
3%.
low on health now.
Are
Guild
they going to get one more?
Strong.
Okay, they just need to dodge the beam right here.
2%.
2%.
All right.
1%.
Most of them are still alive. AoE soon. 1.3.
No, Roger,
1.2.
no.
1.1%. 1%. No.
1%.
Gingy's dead. That is a wipe at 0.8%. So close.
Oh, no.
Oh.
That is a feels bad, man. Man. Ooh. That's gotta... They have this kill. Literally just one person living for like 20 more seconds, and that's a kill. That is... Oh, man.
But you know we're being blamed again. Right?
Oh, of course we're being
We got to hype it a little bit.
We're not allowed to hype it.
We just sit there stone-faced. 2%. 1%.
Yeah, we're not allowed to hype
1%.
it. We're not allowed to do our jobs, because if we do our jobs, we make that
We'll sit there and go, 1%. Oh, they're probably still going to die. 0.5%. Nah, it's still 1%. Oh, look, they killed it.
Oof. All right. Let's see if they can get back there. That was pull 11 just now. So if they kill it this time, that's 12, and that's exactly what Pieces did. So in terms of efficiency, it's about the same. Mm-hmm. So you can see Scripe doing Scripe things. Oh, Roger. No.
Wiping away a tear.
Look at the tongue. Roger's. Man. Roger's facial expressions. So Scripe doing Scripe things. And so I always think it's so interesting. So if you look at Scripe's UI, look at all of the meters he has down below. Scripe literally tracks DPS, HPS, deaths, buff uptime, buff, what's killing people, what's people taking damage from, all of these things. He has all of these things that he's looking at, that he looks at in between each pull. And he makes adjustments based on those things, or he's able to see, hey, this person's sucking, like maybe we'll switch you out for someone else, or, whatever.
It's actually quite insane how much information that he has and he follows and he tracks. Like, I don't think we've talked all that much about it yet during this tier, but Scripe honestly is the MVP when it comes to these things.
Oh, yeah. I mean...
He gets about half as much sleep as everyone else.
He stays up. So everyone else goes to bed at like midnight. He stays up till like 2 a.m. just looking over logs, looking over videos, watching VODs, doing all this stuff so that everyone is prepared in the next day and he's able to lead and guide everyone. It's actually insane how much effort and work he puts into all this stuff. And you can see they're switching up some assignments right here on their ERT. You see he just sent it out right now, and hopefully we get to another pull pretty quickly here. But yeah, I mean...
That was close, though. I mean, best pull now, 0.8%. Before that, the best pull was 10%. That's very, very clear, visible progress.
Yes,
here.
exactly. And that's what you want. Like, it gets frustrating when you're raiding and wiping consistently over and over when you backtrack, when you get to 40%, and then all of a sudden you start wiping at 80%, right? And that's when it feels really bad. But if you consistently get to the same spot and consistently get a little better each time, raiding feels like a huge accomplishment, right? Because you're working towards something and eventually you get that kill. So starting out here once again, this first phase, pretty much like Heroic. Nothing really special about it. Don't really have that much damage going out until you get to about 80% when you get that first ad wave coming out. 85%, I think, is when the first... Here we go, yeah. First Dark Portal is coming out. The ads are spawning. We do have that Enforcer, which makes this fight a little more annoying on Mythic. And just pulling everyone in. And the overlap between the pull-in and the encroaching shadows can be pretty annoying to deal with if you don't have, like, disengage or a blink or something like that, where you can just blink out as soon as you get pulled in. So there is that slam, and got some more encroaching shadows that we're putting in. And look how efficiently they're dropping these puddles, and they're literally dropping it and just getting all the way to the corner as close as they can to overlap the other puddles rather.
While we're still on a high boss percentage, I want to quickly run through some donations we've had. We've had quite a few come in. Joey donated $5. Said, "Hi, Ben." I don't know who Ben is.
Hi, Ben.
But, yeah, hey, Ben. Exodius donated $10. 9,000 wipes incoming? I hope not.
9,000, man. Not even the 69 wipes.
Hang on. Someone whose first name is Mike.
Okay, Mike.
And second name is Klein. I don't want to read those together in case it's trying to make me say something. Either way, Mr. Klein, Mike, has donated $100. So thank you very much for that. One Glaive TV. Love watching the Race to World First. Good luck to you guys. $10. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lisa wants to give a big happy birthday shout out to Chrissy. Get it for her boys. Oh, yeah, it's Chrissy's birthday.
Hey, Chrissy.
Today,
happy birthday, Chrissy.
Happy birthday. I did know that. We completely forgot when she donated earlier. Really, really appreciate that. Xander Claus, toss a coin to your Witcher. $5.59. And Jerry DeCarry, Go Method for the Younglings, $100. Thank you. Thank you so much. All of that money is going to save the children, and we really appreciate it. We have now...
We're doing an awesome job. Are we at 4,000 yet?
4,100.
4,100. We are getting up there. That is awesome, guys. Keep on donating, saving many children. So...
Many children?
Many children. Not many children. Multiple children.
Oh, many children. Many children. What's that mean?
I'm not talking about the children's size, guys. Come on.
All right, let's see what's happening here. Vexion has 60% health. Everything still looking fine at the moment.
Yeah, so Vexiona is at about... he doesn't have percentages on there. 60%, 55%, it looks like. Oh, there it is. He's... Okay, 54%. So getting pretty close. They're going to do a couple more. I think they have one more wave of ads, and then around 45% she's going to transition, do one last Twilight Devastation phase where she does the 3 breaths, and then at 40% they're going to phase into phase 2, and that's where stuff gets real, and that's where a lot of the damage comes from. So finishing off these ads here. This is, let's see, everyone's still alive, so this is a pretty good pull right here. Twilight Decimator coming out. Oh man, this camera. So you can tell Scribe is looking up towards Vexion to see where she's flying. And obviously he is one of the ones, raid leading and telling everyone where to go, where not to go. So obviously he told everyone to go to mid, so everyone's running towards mid. They do have those encroaching shadows that they're dealing with right now, so he's sort of putting that off to the side right there. And they have Vexiona is now coming down at 47%, so it's a little higher than what they have been. I think they were 44% last pull, so they might get 2 sets of ads here. Might just get 1, so we'll see.
A little question from chat moves that you might be able to answer. Is there a reason that the pair of people with the puddles don't stack them in the same place or on each other?
Yes, because in Heroic it doesn't matter. You can stack it on top of each other. In Mythic, for every second that you're standing in the puddle, you get a stacking debuff. And so you can sort of see, looking at Scripes up to the top right, you can see his Bloodlust buff that just happened. There's like a little Shadow Tentacle one. The one next to that, the little purple cloud-looking debuff, that's basically a stack. And you get 1 stack for every second that you're standing in those puddles, rather. And that's just basically ticking damage throughout the rest of the fight, right? And so you don't, because if you go into someone else's puddle, you're going to get that ticking debuff, right? And so there are some classes that can do it. Like I think Paladins can like bubble it and then walk in and dump it somewhere. But most classes you don't want to go step into previous puddles because you're going to get more stacks that debuff and cause more raid damage, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. 18%, 17%. No one dead just yet.
So no one dead. So
cautiously.
This is the second Heart of Darkness. No, everyone is alive so
Everyone's
far.
alive. Cautiously trying to hype this one up just a little bit now.
14%. So they still have
13%.
one Heart of Darkness they have to survive. That is the scary one because I'm not sure if they have cooldowns lined up for that Heart of Darkness.
Everyone's looking.
I think that one is personals and sort of just yeah. So it's coming out pretty soon. The Heart of Darkness. Oh, people are getting super low. We got one death so far.
6%
6%.
Vexiona.
Here's
though.
the last one. If they survive this, it's a kill.
Oh, there's some people alive.
A lot of people
Maybe
dead.
it's possible.
5%.
5%. Going to be on 4% any moment now. 4%. alive.
Yeah.
Still be looking good, but unfortunately,
So
3 dead.
19%, and they have had 1 Heart of Darkness. So they still have another Heart of Darkness coming out. Here it is. Another Heart of Darkness. They move away. And no deaths there.
Okay,
That was
all
good.
right.
That was clean. So
Maybe
15%. They have 1 more coming out that will happen about 7%. And that is what determines whether they kill this boss or not. If everyone stays alive for that Heart of Darkness and they're able to work out cooldowns properly, then it's a very real possibility that they kill this, even with a couple. Oh, no. Jimmy goes down. Lorgok goes down, so 4 people are down. So they have this Heart of Darkness coming out right now. So they need to run away. What are they going to do? They have a lot of people alive still.
Okay.
Oh, Perfecto dies. Okay, he got hit by that breath. That is not what you want to see. That was a lot of people got hit by the breath.
16.
I think that was just poor positioning. I think they were so concerned with trying to fix that one Heart of Darkness. It looked like they survived it with their cooldowns, but then they just weren't ready for that breath. They came in like right after that Heart of Darkness came out, and so I think they just need to sidestep that.
It was starting to look.
It started to look good.
So if those few deaths hadn't happened early on, you think that could have been it?
No, I think they were still too far. Too many people got hit by that breath. If they would have survived that breath, I think it would have been a kill. But yeah, Perfecto took that breath to the face. Let's see.
I've been asked which POV do we want to watch? Twitch chat.
Let's look at Mirrors' point of view.
Any preferences, Maris? There you go.
There we go. I just wanted to point out, so we don't have Zaylia in the studio this time around. So I'm sort of missing his hair, but Mirrors tried to bring it back himself. If you look at Mirrors' hair,
good.
he's trying to grow down and get a little Zaylia style hair going. So Twitch, what do you think about Mirrors' hair? Do you think it compares to Zaylia's?
He's grown this out a lot since the previous one.
You think Zaylia's is better?
I mean, that's still reasonable. I mean, some of what you're saying in Twitch chat is definitely not reasonable, but then that's been the case this whole shift. So it's fine.
Yeah. So
as we head into the last.
All right, here, hands up. Here, look. Oh, there we go. Hands up. That's what we call. So there's a trinket called Font of Power, and you start channeling, and you put your hands up with the big purple swirlies. Yeah, that's what you got. You got to put your hands up on Preeple for the Font of Powers. Hands up in Twitch chat. Any hands uppers?
I'm going to imagine that everyone in Twitch chat put their hands up as well.
They actually do. Every time you see the emoji hands up, you actually physically put your hands up. And it's the same way, every time you see the Keck W, you actually physically wheeze and do his laugh that that you just have to do that.
Or you just cry every time you see Keck W.
True.
Just because you see it so often.
Yeah. Keck W. There we go. There's all the Keck W's. There you go.
We got our little screen at the side that has all of the different point of views, and Vexiona is on almost every single one.
Yeah.
Just different Vexiona at different angles.
Yeah.
Annihilation beam.
A lot of purple dragons over there.
Yeah. I don't get it. It's not that hard. Just kill it.
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't killed it yet, honestly. You want to turn around and give them some advice, just kill it, Forehead.
Guys. I'm telling you. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
Just kill the boss. I intentionally lowered my voice to that because I don't want Scott to hear.
I know. You're a little shy boy, but it's okay. Boomkins are so immobile in terms of like casting and stuff like that. You can see he's sort of like min-maxing. He casts and he does his disengage as soon as he drops that puddle. I mean, one of the big thing with casters when you're maximizing damage is that you only want to move when you're casting your instant spells, right? So you want to move when you're casting Moonfire or Sunfire. Obviously, the more you're moving, the less uptime you have to cast your, your Wrath and all your actual casted abilities, which makes sense, right? And so movement, while the rotation for ranged DPS in general might not be super hard, movement is actually what makes or break a lot of good ranged DPS players.
Vexiona now obviously flying around, it's not taking any damage at the moment, but I believe down to about 46%, something like that.
Yes. Yeah, so this is the final breath right here. And she will jump down. We have one or two more add waves that come out, and then we will go into phase 2. So Vexiona is at 46%, so about where they got her last time. Everyone is live. I don't think we've had any stupid deaths so far. I think we still have one battle res.
That was painful, but that was fine. Yeah, everyone's healed back up.
We still have one battle res. The ads come out, so I believe this is the last set of ads. Vexiona is phasing soon. 41%.
Yep. And there's
40%. So here's the phase. So we're going to clean up these ads, and this is where it gets interesting, right? So this is where Lust goes out. So we're finishing off this Enforcer, and we are pumping Vexiona as much as we can. So we're at 32%. 30%. 30%. So we got the breath, so dodging the breaths.
Everyone was still pretty much fully
All right, here's the first Heart of Darkness. Everyone's going out.
Get away. And that's
Boom,
fine.
The barrier comes out. Everyone's alive. We're good.
Roger Brown looks really weak then, but his health has gone all the way back up. We are good, secure at the moment.
21%, 20%. So still 21%. Dodging those breaths. So we still have the encroaching shadows going out. So we're trying to maximize where we're putting those pools. We only have about half the room to deal with at this point, so it can be a little hectic. So dodging one more breath here.
15%.
And we got another Heart of Darkness coming out. So we got another barrier. Everyone's alive. That was very clean.
Yep.
No, everyone's still alive. Got 13%.
So one more Heart of Darkness.
One more. We have one more to survive.
Everyone needs to get their health looking a little bit dodgy across the board, but getting it back up again.
It's good so far. We have a lot of
10%.
10%.
9%.
8. 7. 6. Here comes the Heart of Darkness. We need to survive this Heart of Darkness. So they're moving for
get away.
The breath. The Heart of Darkness comes out. They're using personals, and everyone's alive. Oh, one person's dead.
4%.
4%.
3.
Yeah. Can
Well,
we
go through
go? Let's see. Can we check out a version? What's the version doing? Are they still kicking the football?
Hopefully we'll see if we can get a word back from... Oh, okay. We're not going to check out a version. We're going to go to a very short break while the Method Boys...
And then we will come back to a version.
Exactly.
So
So don't go anywhere. More Race to World First coming up after this.
Winter. It's cold outside. The snow's falling all around us, gently laying on the windowsill. To stay nice and warm. The fire's on. And as we all gather around together in Twitch chat, watching the...
let's see. Can we check out a version? What's the version doing? Are they still kicking the football?
Hopefully we'll see if we can get a word back from... Oh, okay. We're not going to check out a version. We're going to go to a very short break while the Method Boys...
And then we will come back to a version.
Exactly.
So
So don't go anywhere. More Race to World First coming up after this.
Winter. It's cold outside. The snow's falling all around us, gently laying on the windowsill. To stay nice and warm, the fire's on. And as we all gather around together in Twitch chat, watching the Ny'alotha race to world first, we feel cosy. We feel like we're with friends. Come be with friends. Come join Method for the very small price of free with your Twitch Prime. You can be cozy with everyone else spamming the cozy emote in Twitch chat right now. Come be with friends.
All right, that is another one down. Another one bites the dust. And we are heading to Raden, Moose.
Raden. They have cleared the trash, and they are staring at Raden. So Limit has been on Raden for a while. This is not a pushover boss. So what are some things that are different about Raden and Heroic versus Mythic? Well, the big one is the Vita. And Heroic, obviously, if you've done the Vita, it's exactly like old Raden back in MOP. But this time you have it's a little bit different of a fight, but you have the Vita mechanic, exact same thing. You have to bounce the electricity between the furthest people, and you can't have the same people, right? So in Heroic, it's 3 people you have to bounce it between, and Mythic, it's 5 people you have to bounce it between. So it's a little more complicated. In addition to the 5 bounces for the Vita, there are 2 sets of Vitas going out. And so not only do you have to deal with the 5 people bouncing it on one side, you have to deal with the 5 people bouncing it at the same time. And now that can be a little tricky positioning-wise because the Vita bounces to the furthest person, right? And so you sort of have to position properly and have this Vita. And it can also be because there's 5 people, 2 sets of Vita, that's basically 10 people per Vita, right? Not including the tanks. So you only have about, 16, 17 people. And ideally, you have backups for each of these Vita spots. And it can be pretty frustrating because if person 3 gets the initial Vita, then someone has to have a backup for person 3, and it's really hard communicating the backups, which Vita group they need to go to, et cetera, et cetera. So it'll be interesting to see how Method deals with it. I know Nagi said he was working on some weak wars. This is one of those boss fights where the weak war helps a ton. And Nagi and his crew of weak war people are phenomenal at making weak wars. They obviously make MDT, which is a Mythic Plus add-on that they custom make, and Method in general just has phenomenal coders. Like Just Wait is the one who runs Bigwigs. He programs Bigwigs and stuff like that. So some of the stuff these guys do behind the scenes is phenomenal. And so we're sort of doing the classic jump around, waiting for scribe time to end. They're sort of just giving the rundown on the boss and what everyone's assignments are and stuff like that. And so we're staring at Raden with his little right tentacle boy hanging out, and so hopefully we get to see the boss pretty soon here.
So, do you think this is going to be a hard one?
I think Raden's probably the first real challenge.
Really?
I think Vexiona's rough, not super hard. I think Raden's the one. I mean, you could see, you look at Limit. Limit has been on Raden. I don't think they pulled any of it last night, but they've been on it since they woke up for hours, right? And so if they've already been on it for hours, I think like that. If they've been on it for hours, like we can probably expect to see Method also be on it for hours. And so I don't think this is going to be a sub 10 pull boss. I think this is probably going to be 20, maybe 30 pulls. So we'll see. I don't know. I definitely underestimated Vexiona by a couple pulls. What was the pull count on Vexiona? Was it 13?
It was around 13, 14, yeah. So that's not bad, and it didn't take that long either. I mean, the whole of Vexiona happened during our... It's within 2 hours, didn't it? Vexiona took about 2 hours.
Yeah. So
2 hours.
2 hours is not that bad to progress a boss, especially one of the latter bosses.
But it's as we get now to, Raden, to now, such. It's now that it's going to get really difficult. Now is when we are really going to start to see them struggle. Again, 3 guilds are in that top spot, 7 out of 12. We're looking at complexity limit pieces and Method being the last to get there.
So I wanted to say Aversion moved up to 6 out of 12. They killed the football boss. They got Inquisitor down, so they are now on Vexiona, and so they are actually in that 4th place ahead of all of the other guilds. So that's actually really exciting to see that 2 of our in-house guilds are up there. But yeah, and so you can see Miras and everyone sort of looking at ERT, looking at all their assignments, sort of figuring out what's going on before they pull this boss, and unlike a lot of other guilds that we see, a lot of guilds just sort of, all right, let's pull the boss and let's see what it looks like, right?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm surprised they're not just like jumping in, having a go, and sort of.
Well, that's what most guilds do, right? Most guilds just say like, okay, we don't know exactly what it does. Let's go pull it, and we'll figure it out when we get there, right? And they make adjustments when they see each phase of the fight. Method has done so much research and so much PTR testing and all this stuff. They sort of know what the fight looks like already. Rodden was one of those fights that was available on PTR for Heroic and Mythic. And so they were able to sort of see at least the first couple phases, or first phase of Rodden, rather. And they were able to see what it looks like and get an idea of how to play it. And obviously, Scripe has done his big brain research and knows the groups and all this stuff. But Rodden is one of those fights that takes a ton of coordination. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot more Scripe time throughout this the progression of this boss.
Including at the very beginning, by the looks of things,
Yeah.
as we're looking at weak auras at the moment. So, and you think the weak auras are particularly important here?
For this boss, yes. This boss is one of those it's not needed. Like, you could definitely do it without weak auras. But this is one of those bosses to where the weak aura helps a ton.
You want to break down Raden just a little bit, just the sort of basics of this fight. How does it work for anyone that hasn't seen it before?
Yeah, so the base version of the fight is super simple. So you can sort of see his arm, right? He has one shadow arm and one lightning arm, right? And you can sort of look at his arms, and that's basically the concept of the fight. You sort of alternate between dealing with lightning mechanics and dealing with shadow mechanics. So you bring him to the middle, and he'll summon two portals. He'll summon a lightning portal and a shadow portal. Two elementals of each kind spawn and sort of emanate towards the boss. If both of them reach the boss, you instantly die. So basically, you have to kill one or the other. And basically, whichever ad you kill determines which element you have to deal with, right? And so if you kill the lightning ad, he absorbs the shadow ad. And so you now have to deal with the shadow mechanics. And so the main shadow mechanic, the tank has a shadow mechanic that he has to deal with. The main shadow mechanic for the raid to deal with is there is a shadow puddle, basically, that spawns around the room. And one person has to soak that puddle and gets a debuff. So you can only soak it once. And so you have to coordinate how many people are soaking. And so you have to soak the puddle, and it bounces again. So it bounces 4 times.
Okay.
And so basically 5 people have to soak the puddle, right? So you have this bouncy puddle that's going around that you have to soak. And there has to be 5 unique people, which is a little bit of communication in and of itself. That's not really that hard because you can just assign, all right, you're person 1, I'm person 2, person 3, et cetera, et cetera. Yep. And then, so, I mean, that's pretty much the main shadow phase, and then you have a shadow ad that you have to deal with and stuff like that, and then the lightning phase is the Vita that I was talking about. And so vice versa, if you kill the shadow ad and you let him absorb the lightning ad, he goes into the lightning phase, and you have to kill the lightning ad, and then you have to deal with the Vita. And so the Vita is what I was talking about earlier. Basically, he picks one person to get discharged or whatever the ability is called, and you run out, and after a short time, that lightning will bounce to the furthest person away from wherever that person is standing, right? And so you want someone else basically to go intercept it, and the catch is that this lightning, when it bounces, it has a chain lightning, and so if you're standing, if someone's standing too close to other people, it'll bounce to them and it'll chain lightning and kill everyone in the raid, right? So you want to isolate the people that you're bouncing this to, but they also have to be the furthest away. And so you basically play this game like almost like a triangle. Picture like a triangle, right? So like the main raid's at the apex of the triangle, and you send one person to the left triangle, you send one person to the right point of the triangle, and then you bounce it to that person on the right triangle, and then the person that just bounced it goes back to the raid, and a new person goes out to receive the next bounce. And so you play this bouncing game with the lightning, right? And so in Heroic it's 3, and Mythic it's 5. And so it takes more coordination. But you also have, in Mythic, you have 2 sets of Vitas, right? So you're doing this bouncing game with 2 people at the same time, and so it can get a little complicated. And that part of the fight is what you want the weak aura for, because you're going to split people up into two groups based on who initially gets the Vita, so they go out to their spots, and then those two groups start bouncing it back and forth, and that's the complicated part of the fight. And then so you alternate between Shadow Lightning until you hit the second phase, which I believe is 30%. And then once he hits 30%, it's almost very similar to Vexiona. He does a big AoE, and then he also not a giant AoE that Vexiona does, but he does he throws like shadow puddles like across the entire raid, so the entire raid has to move, and they basically one-shot you on Mythic if you get hit by them. So you're moving for that. You also have this ability very similar to the Vita, to where it bounces to the furthest person, but this one does. It's not the Vita exactly, but it does a lot of damage, so you have to run out with it, and it chain lightnings to people, and so you're dealing with that plus the shadow puddles, and so that's pretty much where you want to lust, because there's just a lot of damage going out in that last phase because you're dealing with both at the same time, essentially. So yeah, I mean, that's basically the fight. That being said, it sounds a lot harder, or it doesn't sound that hard on Heroic. It's not that hard if you know how to deal with the Vita and stuff like that, but on Mythic, the additional coordination required, it's very easy to wipe, I guess is what I'm saying.
As Twitch chat has been saying, Monka,
Yes. Very in-depth explanation. Sort of rambled on a little bit, but we need to fill time because
we do need to fill time, as Skype is well and truly on Skype time right now.
Monka,
taking a moment to eat as well. It's nice to see Skype taking some time. And
So it's really interesting. Like all the stuff I just described, you can sort of see the complexity of it. Just look off to the right. Look at all of the names that he has off to the right, and that he's sort of like doing a lot of copy pasting. And he's like editing all these, assignments and stuff like that. And I mean, you can just sort of just see the complexity of the communication that's required for this boss. I'm just really interested to dive into it and just see the soaking and stuff and how they end up dealing with it. All right, Twitch, I have a serious question for you. So all the bouncing around, right? So everyone has their AFK spot, right? Mm-hmm. So mine is in Dazar Lore.
Ready check.
Ooh.
Ready check.
In Dazar Lore, outside of the inn, by the transmog guy, I bounce around. There's like 4 squares. Where is y'all's AFK spot that you bounce around in?
Where's yours?
I just told you.
You did. Say it again.
In Dazar Lore, outside the inn, there's like 4 little squares that I just bounce in a circle.
Mm-hmm.
Dalaran, okay, Dalaran.
All right.
Ironform Bridge. Man, what's this classic? Dalaran?
A lot of people saying
Org
Dalaran.
Bank?
Yeah.
Okay. My mom, man, that's toxic. What the heck?
Ooh.
Orgrimmar, okay.
Stormwind. Yep.
Yeah, those are under. Man, who goes to under? What the heck? No one goes to Undercity. Oh, Underbelly. I'm sorry. Underbelly's in Dalaran.
Yeah.
I'm dumb. Big dumb. Thunderbluff. Man, Booty Bay. What the heck? Who goes to Booty Bay? Man.
Your girlfriend. You don't have a girlfriend.
I don't have a girlfriend.
Right.
I'm married. Yeah. All right. Well, we had a ready check,
and we're ready to stand around some more. We're ready for some more scribe time.
It was the ready check for the ready check. That's what it was.
No, it was the ready check for more scribe time. It was okay, guys, are you listening to me? If so, click the ready button.
It was one of those, you know how when you join a pug and you're like, is everyone in Discord or TeamSpeak or whatever, and you do the ready check and you say, all right, guys, hit not ready if you're listening, if you're in Discord. And then you kick everyone who says ready. Yes, it was one of those. It was the method version of that. All right. Well, eventually we'll get to the pool. Oh wait, Scripe's getting up. Oh no, he's just putting something off to the side. Okay.
Do something.
Hmm.
Yeah, like poking an animal, isn't it? Do something. I'm not poking an animal, poking the glass. That's that. Do something. Raden.
I Twitch chat.
something.
What has been those of you who've done heroic? Oh wait. Oh look at this. Look at the paint diagram. Roger Brown, the paint expert. Look at this. Man. So you think Method has all these high IQ weak auras and spreadsheets, but really it's just a paint document that you just draw arrows on. You
Leaked.
know? Leaked.
Absolutely
leaked strats. Oh no.
Okay.
Oh, he was okay. He's bored, so he's doing his alt account, and he's gonna start doing World Quest or something. Man, good old Roger Brown.
Roger Brown rocking new Method hoodie there.
Yeah,
Race to world first.
The new exclusive for this event shirt. Or is it hoodie or shirt? I think it's just shirt.
I thought.
Or is it hoodie? No,
Oh,
he has a hoodie.
I thought it was a hoodie. Yeah, it looks a little bit thick to be.
Oh, there
That's
you go. Look at that.
You can tell by the
Zoom
two.
in on him. Yeah. Look at his beautiful.
It's a really great design.
Oh yeah, get the stretching in. Oh yeah.
Oh, we've had some donations come in. Paranol donated $10, saying good luck Method, and of course save the children. Mr. Fancy Pants donated $5. Everyone deserves a smooth haircut. Shave the children, and Maris too. Okay. Anoim has donated $10, saying go kill that tentacle. I quite agree. Hop Phineas has donated $10.
Thank you.
And True has donated $5.59.
Yo, any trues in chat?
Go Method Grub Eis Deutschland. I probably butchered that, but there you go. Thank you so much for your donations, everyone.
Yeah,
That's
thank you
yours,
guys.
children.
Keep it up. Y'all are awesome. All right, look at Gingy changes music. He's got to have some beats, hard style. There we go. Catchy bass. Oh, Miras. Here we go. Man, it's funny seeing everyone's like AFK profile, like what they do when they AFK. Gingy's jamming out. Roger's doing his stretching. Miras is looking chill as heck. Look at that, leaning back in the chair.
Scribe has initiated yet another ready check.
Another ready check. This is the
Hopefully
actual ready check.
This isn't a ready check for a ready check. Hopefully
No, this is
one
the ready check. We got this. I have faith that this is the actual ready check.
All right.
All right, here we go. Oh, Rodden's targeted.
Okay.
Where's the pull timer? Oh, pull timer. Here we go.
All right. 9, 8.
All right, hands up. There we go. There's only one hands up. 2. 3 hands up. There we go.
Okay.
All right, here's the boss. The first pull of Rodden.
Rodden only even has one hand. That's a bit mean.
No, he has one hand and one tentacle. That's like the best of both worlds,
Is it?
Yeah.
Would life be
All right,
easier if...
So here we go. So we have the shadow orb and the lightning orb. So they are killing the shadow orb first. That means they are... Oh. And we get people dead. So they're killing...
Both orbs got to here. Oh, no.
I think he got... Did he get both? Did he absorb both? I couldn't tell if the shadow one died or not.
Are there 3 orbs in Mythic?
Okay, so they got so they did kill the shadow one. They only got the lightning one. So they will be dealing with the Vita.
They'll be trying to deal with it, but most of the raid
Right.
are already dead. So
Yeah.
it's not looking that
Oh wait, no, they did get both. I think they have 2 ads. Oh wait, no. This is the mythic ad that comes up. That was a very cool.
There are 3 orbs in Mythic, and he is
Yes.
going to absorb
Yes,
2
yes,
of them.
yes, yes.
So
That's
there will always be 2. There was 3 orbs in Mythic. Yeah, I just said that a few minutes ago. I said that.
Yeah, so that was a very quick
Yikes!
fight.
That was.
Yeah, monk ass. Don't release Reno Mures.
Oh, now the hype train's actually there.
Wait, we did a hype train?
No, it's just to confirm These are just for subs. The Save the Children ones are just after the big bosses, like we had Vexio in it later earlier. But we have another one later. But this hype train is purely for subs. Sorry, purely for emotes. But keep that going because those emotes are beautiful.
Yes. All right, chat. Which POV do we want to see? This is your one chance to get involved on the Who We Watch. Let's see. All right, it'll come eventually. Gingy, Scripe, Sko, Jeeth. All right, Jeeth or Sko? Seeing a lot of Sko. Actually, can we check out Sko's point of view?
These level 5 hype trains, though. Mr. GM was telling me earlier that level 5 hype trains are really rare.
Are they?
And that it's very cool that we've. I just love seeing the emotes.
Mm.
For me, I just love. We've actually got a legit hype train now. Yeah, of course. Now it's time to. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, and it's yeah, beautiful, huh? Very cozy.
Yes, cozy.
Very cozy indeed. Good old level 5, 400%. Beautiful.
All right, so you can sort of see Rodden from the other side. We were staring at his butt last time, but we get to look at his beautiful face and tentacle boy.
I just want to stare at that tentacle all day, moves.
Yeah, so you can see the 3 orbs coming out. You get so he absorbs the mythic ad right now, and they are killing the shadow orb, right? And so he will have the mythic only ad, and he will have the lightning ad available. And so you will have to kill both of them, and obviously you're going to have to deal with the Vita. And the mythic mechanic, obviously you can see the Demon Hunter off to the side right there. You sort of just have to run out, and it keeps basically this explosion every time it happens. It keeps bouncing to other people, and people have to keep just basically, I mean, you can see just one person runs out, it explodes, it goes to someone else. One person runs out, it explodes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that happens a couple times. And so that is the mythic ad, obviously, that you have to deal with, in addition to the Vita. And so you can see off behind Sko that they're sort of dealing with the Vita. You can see they have 2 separate groups dealing with the Vitas back there.
Why does Sko always have a ready checkup?
What do you mean?
On the left side of the screen.
Oh, that's not a ready.
Oh, they're cooldowns. Right. Okay. That makes much more sense. I was so confused about that earlier. Okay.
Yeah, so this is going to be a wipe, obviously. This is pull 1. They're just sort of, testing the waters. And this is going to be one of those bosses where there's not going to be much progress. You're gonna get to this first phase. You're going to wipe, probably mess up a ton of things until you figure out exactly how you want to do it, positioning and stuff like that. Then you'll get past that phase. Then you'll go into the shadow one, right? And then you'll learn how to deal with that. And so this is going to be a very slow progressing fight at first. But hopefully, once you learn the first 2 phases, or how to deal with the lightning and how to deal with the shadow, then it's rinse and repeat until the last.
That wasn't the worst pull for a third pull, was it?
It wasn't the worst pull for a third pull.
And yes, chat, I know I'm a Papega, okay? We don't get to see very often.
Yeah.
Because nobody likes watching the tank, apparently.
Yeah, we love Scott, but unfortunately tanks, it's sort of hard to watch tanks because they're always right under the boss's hitbox, and you can't really see everything else that's going on. And usually watching a ranged DPS is actually the best because they're standing far away from their boss, and you can sort of see everything that's going on, at least from a commentating point of view, right? Obviously, Scott's stream is awesome, and definitely go support him. And he's also cleaned up his UI a lot since the past. If anyone knows about Scott's UI in the past, it's looking a lot cleaner than it used to.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, look at all the green. So much green.
On Scott's UI.
Yeah. He's targeting Just Wait, and he has Just Wait focus, so he's got like 3 green frames.
Green is Scott's favorite color.
True. Yeah.
Is it?
I don't know.
I just made that up.
I don't know if it is.
But then you agreed with me so fervently.
Yeah, it makes sense, right?
I think orange is probably Scott's favorite color.
True.
The real reason that I dyed my hair.
Yeah. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense. It's not the same color orange, though, you know.
I tried. I really did. I really did. It didn't quite come together. I don't know if you can physically dye a hair that color. You'd have to get like the formula exact.
Yeah, well, it's hard. You'd have to have like blonde hair, right? Because I feel like having the dark hair is probably.
I bleached it first, so it was blonde
okay.
when it's dyed.
Okay, all right. You did it properly this time.
I did it probably last
Yeah.
time. Well, last time there were 2 attempts, right?
Yeah.
There was the first attempt where Jari did it, and we didn't bleach it first.
Yeah.
And then Andrea did bleach it first.
Yeah. Let's see. All right, we got some more scribe time, it seems. But you can see. So look, you can see off to the side. Look at all the Vitas, and just like the assignments that are happening. It's interesting of all. There's a ton of assignments that are out there. It's just a lot of stuff to learn and to deal with right off the bat. And so, again, like I said, this is one of those fights where it's going to take a little while to learn. It's going to be a slow fight off the bat.
Somebody said in the chat, when is Jari casting? And the answer
When is
to that
Jari
is
casting?
we don't know, but she's not here yet.
We don't know her exact schedule, but she will be here later in the week.
Mm-hmm.
I know she will be here, if not this weekend, like probably next week sometime.
Zora has donated $10 saying, shave the children, and if we reach the goal, shave the casters.
Ooh.
Some casters need shaving more than others.
Ooh.
Especially the chests. And Kirio has donated $5 saying, way to beat up a guy with only one arm.
I know, right? They're beating up. Okay, I don't know, chat. You got to answer. This is a Twitch chat question. Would you rather have the lightning arm, like a normal human arm, or would you rather have a tentacle boy? Very serious question. Like, think of all the things you could do with the tentacle thing. You know,
and I want my answer.
Stuff like that.
I want the answer in emote form.
Ooh, emote form.
Shouldn't be too difficult.
I think there are tentacle emojis out there, so I think that should be pretty easy. Man, everyone wants tentacle boys. Look at all the tentacles. Okay. The weebs are coming out.
All right, well,
Tentacles have grabbed the weebs.
we're verging on best pull here, and as I said, that we've wiped. Best percentage, though, I think. Assuming a little bit more damage has been done. Like, where's the percentage?
Twitch chat. What's a better emoji? Ayaya or KEKW?
That is a very good question for intellectuals. Only for intellectuals. If you're an intellectual in the Twitch chat, please tell us what is the best emote. IAR.
Ooh, man, this is like 50-50. This is actually a good competition. Wait, I think there's more KEKWs. Wait, the weebs have been overtaken. The KEKW has beaten the IAIA.
Oh god.
Man, the KEKW is winning. Man, weebs out. Get out of here. There's hardly. Oh wait, the IAIAs came back. The weebs came back. I summoned them. I called them out, and they like called. They did the little IAIA call, and everyone came running.
Chris Urk has donated $5 and said, "Please, can we stop shaving the children?"
Let's see. We shaved a bunch of children last year, so we're only at $4,000. So I don't know if y'all are gonna.
As long as we're not keeping and collecting the hair for
Yeah.
reason. JB's stocking his chest with
Yeah.
hair shaved from children.
True fact.
Should probably change where we're going.
Yeah.
Let's pivot away from that. Back to the raid. And Raden, attempt number 5 is about to start. They're going through these pools quite quickly for Method. I still think this is a reasonable pace.
For Method, it's a decent pace. Yeah. I still think this is going to be a rather slow boss, just because of the complexity of the boss, right? So we do have a ready check going out.
And this is actually a ready check, not just a bunch of cooldowns, just to confirm.
It is.
For anyone that was confused.
Yeah, so this type of ready check is a little interesting. It's through ERT, I believe, and it's the ready check off the left. You can see the checks, but it also tells you who has their food, who has their like all of their buffs and stuff like that.
That's
and
cool.
so you can sort of see if anyone's missing anything. So hey, get your food buff. Hey, whatever. Maybe that wasn't an actual ready check.
No, that was are we ready for scribe time? Scribe
Yeah.
time.
We're back to the classic
Scribe
method
time.
break after every pull format.
Just as I was complimenting how quick they were at pacing this.
Yeah.
It's all gone a little bit downhill. Where do we get that hoodie the boys are wearing? You literally scroll down just to the panels underneath
So
us.
go to the method shop. So you can either go down to the panels below. I believe there's links on both their social media, the Twitter and Instagram, or you can just go to method.gg and those hoodies and T-shirt. I don't know if you saw Rich. Rich was wearing the T-shirt version of this.
Mm-hmm.
Basically the same thing, just black T-shirt.
Mr. Jem was wearing it yesterday as well.
Yeah, so
all of the casters have one, and I can attest that they are very nice. And I'll be wearing mine
Yes.
over the next few days at some point.
Yes, and they are limited edition. They are only available for this Race to World First, so definitely go check them out if you're interested in that. Support and rep the Method brand. So look, another ready check. So this is the actual ready check. We got a pull timer going out.
Somebody's saying it's not in the shop, but that can't.
Oh, is it not in the
can't be
shop?
right? I will inquire about that and find out a little bit later and get back to you because that's a little confusing.
Out
Oh,
now.
hang on
There it
a
goes.
second. There's a separate link. No, there's a separate link for it.
Okay, so it's not in the shop, but it's down below.
So in the panels, there's a button you can click on that says Race to World First. An orange star for Ny'alotha is already there. Were you there? Out now for a limited time.
Yep.
It's that. You need to click on that link specifically. And that will take you there.
All right, we figured it out. We don't need any help. We're smart casters. Sometimes.
Oh, I looked up and Sko's dead.
Yep.
Oh, he's live again.
Got the B-Res going out. And so they're attempting. So, I mean, you can just see
Roger,
there's
Ginger.
so much stuff going on. There's, this is super hectic. Like, you have not only the Vitas to deal with, you have this, second ad, I guess you could say. And you have to deal with that. And so it's just super frustrating to deal with. A ton of communication required for this guy. And
Somebody's asked, how do you remove the panel from the side? The extension that is up on the screen, if you mouse over the screen and you drag your mouse to the right-hand side of the screen, there's a little orange button that you can click on. If you click on that, you can then make, you can make the overlay invisible. So that is how you get rid of that if it's not your your jam.
Your cup of tea.
And
right?
scones.
Yeah, cup of tea and crumpets.
Your cup of tea and Harry Potter.
Harry Potter. Yeah.
And the Philosopher's Stone.
Are you just naming British things now?
I guess so. You are welcome, Big Boy Kent. A $10 donation has come in from XX. Do you guys know if Preach and JB are going to cast together? It seems like a fun combo to listen to and watch. Love you as well. Shave the children.
I'm not sure they are casting in particular together.
JB tends to be doing early morning shifts, I think, and Preach. I don't know. Actually, it's possible. I'm not going to pretend I know everyone's schedules because I don't.
Yeah. We have everyone's schedules, so we could look if we wanted, but it's in an encoded format, and so we would have to. It is not very very easy to look at. So, man, what are all these smileys for?
And also, it's a little bit spoilery. Like, they might not want you to know when they want to be a surprise. Either way, Raden pull number 6 is coming very shortly. Very shortly indeed. The question now is, are we going to get pull number 6 or will it be the next casters? Because I genuinely don't know.
Oh, is our time almost up?
Our time is almost
Ooh.
up.
Man, you guys get to get rid of us in 5 minutes.
So
I know you've been wanting to get rid of us.
Skype has initiated a ready check. So we're going to do this last pull and then we will switch over to the beautiful boys who are going to be taking over.
Who is taking over? Do you know?
I can find out. I don't see anyone around So let's take a little look. Right, let's see. So today's Wednesday, right? You're J. So it's D and N next. I just need to work out who D is and who N is.
See, this is the code we're talking about. See, now that you open this, you have to look at JB.
It is JB and Aid from Midwinter.
Aid, okay. Midwinter.
Coming up next. Just very exciting.
Yeah. So
Always nice to get some insight from one of the guys actually actively raiding at the moment right now. I'm surprised that he's not coming in and raiding immediately. Actually,
So Midwinter is operating on NA time, and
but it's like midday in NA now.
It is, but they only day raid their first day.
Oh, okay.
Aside from the first day, they just do their normal. I think it's like 4-hour schedule per night or something like that. And so they will be raiding at like 2 a.m. our time or something like that. And so they're sort of casting around their schedule from now on. Yeah, so we get the rod and pull going, and so you can see the orbs coming out. You can see the mechanics starting to come out. The mythic only mechanic. You can see the demon hunter leap out with that. These are the explosions that obviously just need to be ran out. All right, so he picks up the lightning ad, and he picks up the night ad, I think is what it's called. And so they are now dealing with the Vita. So they have multiple groups for the Vita, and they're going to have the night ad mechanics, which is just that explosion throughout the entire phase. And so this is probably their best pull so far. They might get these ads going.
Well, this is percentage-wise. This is now.
Yes.
But we're on 74% now, and the best pull before now was 75. So good job. That is some literal progress.
Yeah. So they killed those ads. Actually, the ads aren't even dead yet, but they're already dealing with. So that
so much
this
going
is a
on,
wipe
dude.
now, and so that is one of the DPS checks with this fight, is that you have to kill these ads before those next orbs spawn, because the orbs are the most important thing. Like, as soon as those orbs are alive, you have to kill them, or else you get all of these ads. So you can see there's a shadow ad and a Vita ad coming out, and this is just a wipe, right? So if you get multiple ads out, aside from the mythic ad, the mythic ad is there every time, right? But if you get the shadow and lightning at the same time, it's super scary. Essentially a wipe every time.
Right.
So
before we go, couple final donations have been made.
Ooh.
Stupak donated $20. Go Children, save method. Yes, that does seem like it's going to be important over the next few hours. And Linstar donated $50, saying good luck to all guilds participating. The race has been a blast so far. Greetings from Bavaria.
Oh, well, hello.
But on that note, we are going to call it a night, because when are you back, Moves?
I'm coming back at 3 a.m.
3 a.m. and I'm taking over from you at 5 a.m. So we are going to go and get some sleep. Actually, you're staying up through the night. You'll get some sleep.
I have to go raid.
We're
so.
on opposite sleeping schedules, but I'm going to go get some sleep. And we will see you.
But that is it for us, guys, and we'll see y'all later. And JB and Aiden will be back in a couple minutes.
Winter. It's cold outside. The snow's falling all around us, gently laying on the windowsill. To stay nice and warm, the fire's on. And as we all gather around, together in Twitch chat, watching the Ny'alotha race to world first, we feel cosy. We feel like we're with friends. Come be with friends. Come join Method for the very small price of free with your Twitch Prime. You can be cozy with everyone else spamming the cozy emote in Twitch chat right now. Come be with friends. Come be with Method.
And we are back right here in the middle of a Raw Den attempt. And we see a death on the board already. But this is a fight that's going to be very hectic, and I expect that we'll be seeing plenty of that before the day is over. A lot going on your screen. We'll walk you through here in a sec. And it's looking like we're probably going to have a wipe here. Unfortunately, a lot of these players have their health, the unit frames down here in the corner right behind the webcam, so it's tough to keep track of health bars all the time, but this is looking like a lot of empty health bars at this point, so I'm guessing that we'll be getting a wipe here pretty quickly. But Raden definitely looking like the most difficult boss that we have dealt with in this raid so far, and definitely one that, especially post-hotfix, could become the first, I think, real wall in this encounter. So I'm JB, joined on the couch by Aderin of Midwinter fame, and he's graciously donated some time today to get up here and provide some brain power on the raid mechanics we're going to be looking at here for Raden. And for those of you that have been kind of following along, I know that Limit has been working on Raden most of today. They were 7 out of 12 going to bed last night, and I think woke up today, went right into Raden, and I think we saw attempts down in the low teens for them percentage-wise, and then there was a hotfix to Raden, and from what I understand, there was a mechanic on Raden that you could use immunities to essentially avoid the new mythic mechanic, the nightmare mechanic, could be baited onto an immune target, which then removed that mechanic from the fight. And Limit's strategy relied heavily on that because, hey, getting rid of mechanics always really nice.
Of course.
And so I think there's been now a substantial setback in their strategy, not being able to utilize that. It's going to require them to replan the way they use probably cooldowns, positioning, and I mean, it's just if you have something that substantial as part of your strategy, having it change at any point is going to require some tinkering.
Yeah, I mean, it could change their comp even if they were getting people in specifically to immune. I'm sure there are much better targets if it comes down to the last phase being a big deal.
Yep. And, you know, we talk a lot, and there's a lot of discussion anytime the Race to World First comes up. A big deal gets made of the fact that North America gets the raid the better part of a day ahead of EU. And the discussion typically revolves around, you know, I think most people would agree that that's an advantage of some sort. But a lot of times the question becomes, how much of an advantage is that? And you see that this is where, you know, when you have people argue against it being an advantage to go first, this is the kind of thing that they talk about where they say that if you are, a limit and you go in and you spend a day working on a boss and you invest hours into building a strategy and then that boss gets hotfixed halfway through, your pulls, it is effectively giving you no advantage going first. You have to, I mean, you got some attempts in, you've learned some boss mechanics and whatnot, but you have maybe now been set back so far on that progress that you now see that this hotfix came in almost literally at the same time Method started working on Raden here. And you can debate how big of a change that is to Limit strategy, but you see now that Method has, in some ways, lost no time on Limit because they start working on Raden at the same time that hotfix goes in, and so now you're on even footing. So this could be exactly the type of sort of reset, mid tier that gives Method the ability to sort of slingshot ahead, and maybe that head start that Limit gets is sort of illusory. And then you see them feeling like, hey, we didn't actually really get any kind of advantage at all. And now when it comes time for the server reset, later this week, Method will get another sort of half day to try to squeak that final boss kill in if we're at that point. So definitely, this is the kind of stuff. I already saw Max on Twitter expressing frustration about the timing of this hotfix. Certainly a thing that, you have to understand that it's being a dev is difficult, and obviously there's a lot of considerations that have to go into tuning a boss. But certainly unfortunate to see a hotfix of this caliber going in this late. After Limit has put in hours of work on Raden, that does feel like the kind of thing that if you're Blizzard and you see it happening, you see the nightmares being baited onto immune targets, that you go instantly like, okay, that's not the way we intended it. Let's make that fix very quickly. So unfortunate, and you have to feel for the Limit guys. But for those of us watching the race, makes it a lot more exciting when the two guilds are now put neck and neck into it. And obviously we also have Pieces in the mix somewhere here, but they, so far as I'm aware, and chat, let me know if I'm wrong, Pieces not streaming any of this, going real old school, and they have off the radar completely. So we have to. I would assume they're probably also working on Raden, but that may be misguided. Maybe they've decided to be the first guild to take a crack at Drestagoth. But they may be in the exact same position that Limit was. They may have been working on this boss using the same strategy for several hours and finding themselves now having to redo it. Now, I know Midwinter left us last night at 5 of 12.
Yep.
And how are you guys feeling? You think you'll be seeing Raden here?
I think Xanesh is just the kind of fight where you kind of just need to see through it a couple times, get every group to understand how they need to hit the orbs, make sure everyone can interrupt the ads, and it's just a lot of communication and planning that you need to see for each group to get all the way through the fight and figure it out.
Okay, well that's good. And how do you feel about Vexiona? I think that was a boss that a lot of guilds were kind of going like, that looks scary, and now it's looking like we're seeing Vexiona go down in like 10 to 20 pulls for a lot of these guilds.
Like I personally didn't really see what was so scary about Vexiona. It's also just like a tuning thing, right?
Yeah.
Like if they make the last phase damage like a bit more scary, then that phase could be completely different. Could be people dying left and right, just so much raid damage going out that the movement makes it hard to even keep up. But it ends up... I mean, I think I saw Method killed it or Limit killed it in like 13 pulls.
Yeah, it was just like, in and out, just very, very clinical there. So certainly a boss that, when we talked to, I think it was even Turkey, who was saying that, he thought that Vexiona might be the first wall the guilds hit. And instead it's looking like the boss just going to be another speed bump for a lot of guilds here. So God forbid, maybe we would see like a Vexiona hotfix at this point, that would be like absolute worst case, I think, is to have a boss be already dead when hotfixes come out. But you do have to kind of get the impression that for a final wing boss, that Vexiona was probably intended by Blizzard to be a little bit nastier than it ended up being.
Yeah.
But I think we're getting everything that we want and more out of Raden at this point, who even pre-hotfix was giving Limit quite a bit of trouble, and now you would expect even more so. Now, I'm not sure how many pulls Limit was up to at the time that the hotfix went through. I think it was already north of 50 or 60. And so this may be a boss where we start to see some of the guilds push 75 or 100 attempts before they get the kill. I really would not be surprised if this boss is still standing for Method tomorrow, well into tomorrow, while they figure out the strategy. And you also kind of wonder, I think when Limit first started doing Raden pulls, from what I understood, they had gone in and looked at Raden maybe once and checked some health values and then went back to doing other stuff. And maybe after this hotfix goes through, maybe other guilds that get to Raden decide that he's not the boss they want to jump into first, that maybe that's not the play anymore. Maybe you go Drestagoth first or something. So maybe we see some guilds sort of refocus their efforts elsewhere. But certainly I think this could be a lengthy progress on this boss fight now.
Yeah, I did see at least Limit checked out Drestagoth as well. I'm not sure how many pulls they put into it, or if they were just seeing, like, could this fall over if we throw some damage at it, but definitely seems like they've decided it is not easy, because they decided to do Raden instead.
Yeah, and that's another. Both these, both I think Drestogoth and Rodden are fights where you have a lot of sort of other stuff going on. You have the boss, but then you have ads and positional requirements. Both bosses requiring you to spread out. Like on Drestogoth, you'll have this is the melee ad, this is the ranged ad. On Rodden, you have this is the mechanic that requires you to spread out. This is the one that requires you to stack up. We see a pretty quick wipe here. Now, for those of you that are just kind of learning how Rodden works, this is a fight that on normal and heroic has two sort of things that you have to. You have Rodden, and then you have the Vita and the Void essence that you have to deal with, and so those will be these orbs that spawn to the sides of the room, and you have to pick which one you let empower Rodden, and you kill the other, and each one gives Rodden a set of abilities. And then spawns an ad that goes along with it. And so the fight becomes alternating those two abilities back and forth. You can't let them get the ability in successive waves. So the mythic mechanic then is that adds a third essence in, this nightmare essence. And you can only, once one of the orbs, so the way you pick which way Rodden is empowered is there will be orbs traveling towards him that are going to empower him. You have to destroy one, and then once that is destroyed, it makes the other orbs immune. So the mythic mechanic then is that two orbs are going to empower Rodden, and he's going to get two of the empowerments at the same time. And so that then, there's already quite a bit happening with one in terms of raid positioning. Now adding a second one in means that I think this is going to be one of those fights. Adrian, we talked a little bit before we sat down that I think this could be one of those fights where weak auras are going to do a lot of work for you.
Yeah.
I think this will be a boss where I think we'll see a lot of add-ons being used to help with keeping track of boss abilities and who needs to be standing where, potentially some raid markers. One of those fights where I think raid leaders are going to try to figure out every way they can to dumb this fight down for the raiders, because there's certainly a lot going on here, a lot of mid-fight sort of checks that you need to be keeping track of, and those are exactly the kind of fights where weak auras are very handy.
Yeah, it's definitely also one where a lot of people are probably wishing they still had those radar add-ons that were
Yes.
that were taken out by Blizzard because they trivialized a lot of these mechanics. But there's just so many things with the way that the mechanics interact with each other that makes each specific phase challenging in its own way. Like the Vita and the Nightmare having to spread out with the Vita buff to chain it to the farthest target away, and then the Nightmare also just needs to move out so you know who you're passing it to.
Yep, and that was where having that the ability to get rid of that Nightmare buff just made that part of it a lot less hectic. So certainly that will require a lot more, a much more stringent positional requirement during any of the Nightmare phases. Now, Method taking a short break here while they discuss some strategy stuff. And so we're going to move back to the Aversion viewpoint here, one of the other guilds that we have in-house with us. And they are working on Vexiona. And you can see over here on the leaderboard, Aversion has been, taking names this tier. They are at 6 of 12, falling right behind Method and Pieces. And so Aversion, no slouch, and making good progress on Vexiona. And, given, as we just talked about, the fact that Vexiona appears to be dropping pretty quickly for a lot of guilds, and we could very easily see Aversion ending tonight at 7 of 12 as well, and, throwing their hat into the Rodden mix. Now, you guys just saw the Method kill of Vexiona, and it's a fight that is not, some of these fights there's kind of staggered progress through the fight. You don't necessarily see a clean, this pull we got to 40% and then 30% and then 20% and 10% died. A lot of these fights are ones where, you constantly hit 70% and then you get to 35% once and the boss is dead. Vexiona seemed very much like a linear boss fight. Once you kind of figured out how to, bait the pools on the ground properly, how to avoid the breaths properly, how to avoid the beam properly, and then how to heal through Heart of Darkness. That seemed to be the big check here was when you got deep into the Vexiona fight, there was going to be a few Heart of Darknesses that came out that did very heavy raid damage. And once you kind of figured out how to get your cooldowns lined up to live through that, and people, paid a little more attention to survivability, then as soon as you survive that last Heart of Darkness, boss falls over. So I think that is just kind of a learning thing. You have to get deep into it, see it a few times, get a feel for what the healing requirements are, and then you kill Vexiona. And so I do have to appreciate, I think Vexiona is one of the more visually interesting fights here. You got the big, anime-looking beams on this thing. If we got any weebs in the chat, I'm sure that you guys appreciate some of this stuff. We got the looking like some Dragon Ball Z stuff flying through the raid here. And it's, the color scheme, very distinctive. You got the big purple and black effects. And so I think the fight is one that is visually memorable. Obviously, I think a lot of people appreciate harkening back to Twilight Decimator. You get the deep breath mechanics here. So,
classic.
For anyone that's been paying attention to dragon bosses, this is a real tried and true mechanic. And so you watch the raid here, they have to avoid the breath here and make sure that they're paying attention to where the boss is swooping down. There's 3 lanes, left, right, and middle. And you got to be making sure that you are paying attention to where the boss is going. And then you've got these ads on Vexiona that need to be dealt with. The Void Ascendant is required to reset some tank stacks to make sure that tanks don't die. That's kind of how you figure out when to swap the tanks, is when you get the Void Ascendant dies. It allows the tank to drop his debuff and swap off the boss fight. And honestly, reading through this fight in a dungeon journal, it felt like there was a lot going on. As you read through it, there's I think on Mythic there's 4 different kinds of ads. Yeah. They're casting spells. You have to kill them before they finish the cast. They're firing shadow bolts into the raid that need to be interrupted or healed through. And you're kind of going oh man, this feels like it's gonna be super complicated. It just felt like the tuning wasn't really.
Yeah.
You got to Mythic and it was well, yeah, there's a lot going on, but none of it feels particularly lethal, and the Heart of Darkness felt like about the only thing that was really, unless people were kind of not paying attention to the breath or whatever, the Heart of Darkness felt like the only thing that was killing players.
Yeah, I mean, the tuning affects the bosses so much because, if you look at Drestigath compared to a fight like this, the damage required to stay ahead on the fight and just, actually get relevant boss damage in without having to deal with all the ads. The way the Void Ascendant works and how it can help you clean up all the ads with the extra AoE damage it does, it just kind of negates that, I feel like.
Yeah, and that was, shout out to Wowhead for making these guides. Wowhead in the write-up, it'll go through in the guide and say, here's the normal mechanics, here's the heroic mechanics, here's the mythic mechanics. In the normal mechanics, it was talking about the Ascendants and their beam effect. And it basically said, all right, look, they do this beam. It's going to be focused on the tank. The tank can't avoid it. Technically, it hits the other ads, but this is easy enough on normal that you probably don't need to do that. You can just burn the ads down and ignore it. And then further down, it's all right, but on Mythic, you probably want to use this to kill ads. It's going to be really nice on ads. And that's just one of those deals where, sometimes there's mechanics that it's this is how it should be used, and this is where, you think you'll need to do this. But at the end of the day, if the numbers aren't, if the boss isn't tuned enough to make things lethal or scary, you can just kind of ignore stuff, which is what happens on normal and heroic. People don't even necessarily realize that's what's happening, but there's sometimes where things are supposed to be more complicated, and you just don't get punished for not doing them, so you don't do them. And then on Mythic, you realize, oh man, I was supposed to be using this beam to kill ads. That's pretty wild. And Vexiona feels like kind of one of those fights that just didn't really get bumped up on Mythic that much.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's one of those things where, once you actually have the gear and have progressed through it all the way, your DPS are all going to be no, don't use the beam.
Don't use beam
on these ads.
I got that. Some of the other guilds don't use the beam on the ads. I got to catch those orange parses. Yeah, definitely. That's there's some folks out there that do appreciate having to do things the good old fashioned way, with their own spells and not leaving it up to the Ascendants. So, shout out to the parse guilds. I think we can all appreciate some good farm parses. I'm sure there will be plenty of those on Vexiona.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a pretty clean pull here into 40%. And this is where, once we start getting Heart of Darkness in the mix here, deeper into the fight, that's where we start seeing some sort of knock-on deaths. And that can be where the pulls start falling apart. Now you got the Twilight Decimators coming out, and this is where you're going to need to start dodging stuff. And we see our first couple deaths here. And this is looking like it's going to turn into a wipe very quickly. It's unfortunate. But as you said, Vexiona is a fight where it feels like you make pretty steady progress through it. And it felt like in watching Method's attempts, there was just very steady, like they'd wipe to one thing, and then you'd see them come in and successfully deal with it the next time. And then they'd wipe to the next thing and come back and successfully deal with it the next time. So I would not be surprised if we see a version here just kind of make very methodical progress into the 30s and then 20s and then 10s and then get a kill within the next 10 pulls or so.
You saw how clean that was, and then 35%, literally the entire raid just falls apart. Yeah.
And so one thing I am appreciating about Ny'alotha so far is some of the classes we're seeing here on the damage meters. I've been keeping an eye on, and sometimes it's really tough to tell just from the damage meters where exactly some of this damage is coming from.
Yeah.
But, we've seen like Roger Brown topping meters on a lot of these bosses, and he's admitted I have some really good corruption. I think he had tier 2, both Echoing Void and Infinite Stars. So clearly you're probably getting a nice little shot in the arm from that. But I think from what we're seeing from a lot of guilds, Hunter's looking like it's actually a very good class this tier. Yeah. And that's good news for some of our Hunter mains out there who haven't necessarily had a lot to celebrate this expansion. It's not been the kindest to Hunter mains, so can appreciate them finally finding their kind of their niche here at the end of the expansion. Definitely seeing mages doing very well, seeing demon hunters doing very well. So now I am kind of surprised we don't see any warlocks on the meters here, and that's Method has leaned very heavily into warlocks this tier, getting a lot of really good oomph from Deep Shades and Zerwo and Kush, and I'm not seeing any now. Maybe it was just not a great pull for some of the warlocks here, but that's about the only usual suspect I see missing from DPS meters at this point. But speaking of meters, you see down here on the healing done. Obviously, we've got the mainstays of Holy Paladin and Disc Priest, and the Blood DK. God bless. But we're seeing a lot of Resto Shamans here in the guilds that are pushing for World First, and that's been, I think, a pretty recent development, and one that, I know coming out of Legion, Resto Shamans felt almost required for raiding. The strength of their cooldowns was unmatched. Spirit Link, Ankh Totem being some utility that was very tough to replace. There were a lot of raid mechanics that almost felt like it was required to have those healing cooldowns to survive things, but we come into BFA and something just kind of changed. It was just like, we don't really need that anymore. Like Devotion Aura and Powered Barrier, like we can take care of the damage. We don't need SLT or Ankh Totem to live through it or to res through it anymore. And Shamans kind of fell by the wayside. But seeing them now making a jump here at the end of the expansion, coming back into popularity, and it's nice. We've been seeing a lot of Paladin, a lot of Priest, almost exclusively last year. You really didn't see anything else getting into healing mixes. So being able to see literally any other class healing this tier is a breath of fresh air. So shout out to Shaman mains. I know I'm not particularly kind to them when we're talking about Mythic Plus. I don't give people a lot of hope to play that class, but they do appear to have found their role in raiding for this tier. So that's nice bonus for those Shaman mains.
Seems like they just really work well in fights like Vexiona and Shadhar, where the entire raid
Yeah,
is
just clumped the whole time.
stacked up in the middle.
Yeah, and that's been a thing that it does, that seems to be always the first question that you ask, like, do we bring a shaman to this fight? Is like, well, are we all standing on top of each other the whole time? Like, okay, it's probably a good shaman fight. But any fight where you start having to spread out a bit, a lot of the shaman healing effects become, a little harder. Like healing rain, you can't all stand in it. Chain heal's not bouncing to the people you want it to. So there are some fights that punish shaman positionally more so than other healers. But a lot of good fights for shamans this tier. And, we talked a bit about seeing Zalia back on his shaman. A lot of people associate Zalia very closely with shaman, so it was nice to see him finally get back on that class after spending most of this expansion being handcuffed to Disc Priest. Unfortunately, still our leather classes, not probably going to see a lot of time in raids. For those of you that play Mistweaver, for those of you that play Resto Druid, probably not this expansion. I don't think we're going to see much use for the throughput classes, but, maybe Shadowlands.
Yep. Just be like that sometimes.
Yep. So, again, we're seeing a version... Or no, wait, we moved back to Method. Okay, so back to Method attempts on Rodden. And, we just left a version on Vexiona. I'm sure we'll be watching the number next to their name tick up to 7 here within the next 30 minutes or an hour. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll be seeing any of those 7s on the right side of the screen turn to 8s anytime soon. So this could be the first big weight of this tier where figuring out Rodden becomes a bit of a challenge. So kind of taking a look here. We just got back from a break with Method and going to inspect the classes that we're bringing. Now, I do see 2 monks for tanks, which I think pretty much every guild in this tier is bringing at least a Brewmaster 1, because that's the best way to get your Mystic Touch debuff. But I think it's been kind of expected that you would only bring 1 for most of the fights. You would get some other class in there, be it DK or maybe Prop Paladin or even Vengeance Demon Hunter. I've seen a few guilds with some guys that like playing Vengeance Demon Hunter. But double monk for this fight so far. So we'll see if that's a thing that... Obviously, this fight's kind of goofy for tank healing. You've got the mechanics that show up that you don't want your tank to get healed to full. Yeah. You want to leave them low health. A mechanic like Stagger probably aids quite a bit in that, where you're not terrified that your tank is sitting at like 15% health and just going to fall over instantly. So maybe the kind of monk kit favors the healing requirements in this fight. And so something to keep an eye on, whether just wait. I think Sko's been a monk main the entire tier. Just Wait's been the one that's been moving around between classes. So we'll see if they both stick on monk for the rest of this fight. The healing comp, we do have 2 priests and 2 paladins. So shortly after getting done talking about how Resto Shaman's been getting some playtime this tier, we do go right back to the boring old, 2 priests, 2 pally. We see 3 mages and triple mage, triple warlock. Unfortunately, I know there are a lot of people maining the multi-daughter classes throughout this expansion. Balance Druid and Shadow Priest getting quite a bit of runtime in the last couple tiers, but due to both nerfs and some of the mechanics on these multi-dotting fights, those have kind of fallen out of favor. I think they may show back up on Carapace and Azoth, but for some of these kind of middle-tier bosses, not looking real strong.
We haven't really seen guilds fully progress on like Drestigath or Il'gynoth or Carapace, which all seem like they would improve with a few Shadow Priests and Warlocks compared to just stacking a few extra mages for these burst fights or AoE fights that just cleave all of the adds down, and Vexiona are able to combustion on one of the adds if you're trying to kill it really quick.
And then we're seeing 2 Demon Hunters, and we got Revis on the Warrior, and Nagi playing as DK. This time as DPS. He's made a few appearances as the third tank, as Blood DK, when on the fights where Mass Grip is really useful, but Appears he's playing DPS DK this fight. We do have 2 balance druids, so I mean for all the fact that balance is not quite the king of damage that it was in previous tiers, it does still do really good boss damage, and it's got a lot of utility. Now, you're seeing the big red ring here. This is the new mythic mechanic, the Nightmare zone that needs to be needs to be spread out. You can't be in the circle with the person, but it bounces to that debuff bounces to the closest person outside of that circle. So when that bounces, the way that the Rodin mechanics work is that they'll put a debuff on one player and then it'll jump. I believe it's 5 times to other players, and there's ways that you can sort of bait which person it's going to jump to. So for the new Nightmare mechanic, it jumps to the closest person to that player. So everyone wants to be out of the red ring, but you want to make sure that whoever you're intending to put the debuff on next is the closest person. And it appears that so I'm trying to keep track of which order that method is doing these. So as we talked about a bit before, on normal and heroic difficulty, Rodin has the two empowerments that you alternate between Void and Vita, but on Mythic you gain a third one, Nightmare, which means that Rodin picks up 2 empowerments at any given time. And it'll be curious to see what order method chooses to deal with those. I imagine whatever the first one they choose is probably whichever one they think is easiest.
Yeah.
So I think we can probably glean from that whatever one we see first is probably the one that they think is easiest to manage. I didn't pay attention this time, admittedly, to see which one they did grab first, but we'll be keeping an eye on that this time.
I mean, they will have to go through all the combos eventually.
Yes.
It's just whichever one you don't want to face twice, that can be the third combo you do, and you wouldn't get it again. Maybe even second. It really depends on how fast they're getting through this first phase and into the second phase.
Now, I know as we watch the Raiders here pull up their weak auras, I have a feeling this will be a thing we see quite a bit of on this boss fight. I know when I was looking over Nagi's shoulder yesterday, I saw his weak aura package for Rodin. It was quite lengthy, so I do expect that there will be quite a bit of add-on help on this boss, and we could see some breaks more than usual where the guild works on add-ons here to make sure that they're getting as much help from their UI as possible. And, that is one of the hallmarks of very highly progressed guilds is the understanding that you don't want to have to, in the middle of a fight, be not only responsible for your DPS or healing rotation, and also the boss mechanics. Like, that becomes very hectic. It doesn't matter whether you are from North America or Europe or Asia. Your brain is only capable of so much, throughput. And if you start adding in enough mechanics, it overwhelms anyone. And so the more you can have your UI play the game for you, the better.
Yep, of course.
And to the extent that you can get the players in your guild to not have to use their brain for the mechanics and be able to just tunnel on DPS, that is always a better thing. So a lot of times it'll be a race to see who can come up with eliminating the most mechanics from the fight by making weak auras that essentially play the game for you. And that's its own kind of game in a lot of ways. Like, there's actually doing the boss, but in sort of a more meta fashion, there's also figuring out how to counteract a lot of the mechanics simply by building good weak auras or good bigwigs or DBM modules that effectively call out things for you so that you can focus on other parts of the fight. And I know I love a good weak aura. Anytime that the method guys want to throw out any of the stuff, a lot of times they'll keep that stuff close to the vest during progression, but as soon as they're done using it, they will release it to the community. I always eagerly await those days where they are willing to share some of that stuff. I know the most recent example of that was the island weak auras that caused a bit of a stir, where there was some weak auras that some of the method guys had on their stream that would tell you just how much you had gathered on a particular pull in islands. And as soon as I saw that, I was like, I need that. And they were like, I know that you need that. That's why you can't have it yet. We'll give it to you when we're done. And I was like, but when you're done with it, I'm not going to need it anymore. I need that now. So yeah, there's a few things that we see from streaming the Race to World First, and one of these now is that they kind of have to tip their hand if they want to work on weak ores in the middle of progress. They actually have to pull up the weak ores in the middle of the stream and work on them, and it's like, what do you got right there, huh? What's that? Somebody take a screenshot of that Lua.
Get it to someone that understands.
Yeah, someone that understands.
Instead of
I
me.
actually have no idea what the hell that is, but I bet I know someone that does, and I'm gonna send a screenshot of it to him, see if he can reverse engineer it. But so the best pull that we've got, 69%. Nice. 12 pulls into it. Now, this is going to be one of those bosses that if you go check the limit stream, you're probably going to be schemazed a bit because their best pull was based on a pre-hotfix boss. And I'm not keeping a close eye on their progress now, but they're probably going to struggle to get the boss back down to that percent. So they may be sitting at that best pull percentage for quite a while. And I think if I saw correctly from chat, limit had been around 50 pulls before the hotfix. Method now has a dozen and may end up, unfortunately for limit, Method may end up with a better strat simply by virtue of never having relied on the hotfix in the first place. And so we could, much to the chagrin of Limit, see a Method kill that beats Limit out simply because Method, all the time that Limit spent working on this boss, not completely wasted. Obviously, any time you spend working on the boss, you'll get used to dealing with some of the mechanics and get familiar with the boss. But if you were relying heavily on being able to immune off the Nightmare debuff, obviously going to throw a big wrench.
I don't know how much it would actually be relying on it. It's basically the same fight, except you remove one of the new mechanics.
Well, you're correct. I agree. In watching the Limit stream, it seemed like this is one of those fights where you're going to have to very finely sort of position your cooldowns, like defensive cooldowns, throughput cooldowns, and on being able to negate a mechanic like the Nightmare Aura probably allows you to save a few of those cooldowns for later in the fight. And now if you're forced to, rather than being able to immune that, now you have to oh, God, okay, we got to use Barrier to live through this, or, requiring someone to stand in a different position than they otherwise were going to, whatnot. That may kind of screw around with how they were planning to use certain cooldowns throughout the fight. But, obviously any time you spend on a boss fight is better than none. So we'll see. I still expect to see a Limit kill quite a bit sooner than Method, but certainly not the position Limit would like to find themselves in. Now you see in here the orb phase, and this is where Method gets to decide which empowerments they want to give to Rodin. You see here they picked Nightmare and looks like Vita. Yeah, so got the Vita and the Nightmare. So it looks like they're saying they think that is probably the best combination of buffs to go out. And the two that we have here, you see the big red ring that goes out. That's going to bounce among players. Pick one player at a time. Can't have anyone standing in that ring with you, but it jumps to the nearest person. And once that debuff expires, it'll do that about 5 times, I think. And the Vita debuff is it'll put it on, I think, the furthest player from you.
Yeah.
And so you have to bait that one by the example, at least that I saw from Wowhead, was you'd have everyone stacked together. You'd have a couple range guys move out of the pile towards the back of the room or whatever, and they just, one would pass it to the other, and then that guy would move back into the pile. Another guy would move out, and then you'd pass it to him, and then you'd move back into the pile. Another guy moves out. So by themselves, each of those mechanics seems fairly straightforward positionally, but when you combine them, now all of a sudden you have 2 different positional requirements you have to keep track of. And so we'll see how Method elects to figure out how to pass those buffs back. Now the big Like if it was just passing the buffs, that'd be one thing because it's like maybe there'd be a best way to do it, but I don't really care who it goes on at the end of the day. But what makes this difficult is the fact that anyone who gets one of those debuffs is given some
instability.
Debuff. Given an instability debuff, where if you receive another one of those debuffs, you just die.
Yeah, 300% extra damage.
So you have to make sure that you're always passing it to someone that hasn't received the debuff in a certain amount of time. And so if you are kind of flying by the seat of your pants here and you don't have a good system for determining who's getting that debuff, you're going to start killing people with it. So you do have to be very precise with how you are getting those debuffs passed around. You have to have a good system for making sure that the debuffs are jumping to the appropriate players, or else you'll start accidentally picking off members of the raid.
Probably where all these weak auras are coming.
And that's probably where all these weak auras are coming from.
Yep.
And so, yeah, that's the part of the fight where, having to do that kind of stuff on the fly, like look around at the raid and judge, like, am I the furthest from somebody, or have I gotten the debuff recently, that kind of stuff. That can be particularly difficult to do in the middle of a hectic boss fight, and to have a weak aura that's just like, you're in the right spot, or you're in a terrible spot, you should move right now. That makes the fight quite a bit easier.
But it definitely seems like this Vita and Nightmare combination they're using most often, because you can have the Nightmare be passed off inside melee and have the Vita, the range stack even farther away.
Okay, so you can just they sort of don't necessarily have any overlap.
Yeah, I think so. I just don't know how that works like the second time, because you might go into that with a lot more instability debuffs.
Yeah, that's true. Well, something to keep an eye on then. I saw somebody pull open a transmog tab in the middle of the raid. So in case you were wondering, yes, raiders care about their transmog too. Now, some don't. I know famously some of the limit guys, I swear to God, they try to be as ugly as they can. Like it's a game, I think, for them to look as disgusting as possible. I'm not the biggest T-Mod guy. I don't necessarily go chasing. I don't do like my weekly like Sunwell runs or whatever to collect old transmog. But some of those guys, it's just like, oh my God, that is awful. And so I never have trouble. Like when we do MDI with Lighty, I never have any issues telling quickly at a glance when we're running around in a group which one is Lighty, because it's whichever dude has the most mismatched armor set I've ever seen in my life. And it's like, all right, that's Lighty, and then I have to figure out who everybody else is. But yeah, some of those limit guys they're a different breed.
Always. I mean, some people just really don't care.
They really don't care. Like, they really don't care.
Yeah, but then others, it's all about looking good.
Actually, when I switched over to Holy Pally this tier, I actually left him untransmog for a while because I didn't want to like him. I was intending for him to be my alt, and I was like, I don't want to become attached to this character in any way, shape, or form. I'll leave him ugly so that it's a constant reminder that I don't want to be on Holy Paladin. I don't want to like it. And I finally had to break down a couple weeks ago when it became obvious that like I was moving to Holy Paladin this tier, and then I made him look cute. But prior to that, he stayed real ugly. Yeah. Now, seeing a lot of really early wipes or really early deaths on Raw Den, and this is where I would expect to. We've talked a bit about how Method has very notable extended breaks between pulls. This is where I'd expect to see that in full force, where the officers and the add-on makers are in quite a bit of communication, trying to figure out how to make a lot of this stuff just autopilot. And I would guess that they are going to keep playing around with this until they have literally developed a weak aura that's just like, stand here, do this, and pass debuff to this person, and it just tells you exactly what you need to be doing.
Just make it a formula.
Yes.
Can't be messed up. And
that's almost the irony of a lot of these very mechanically complex fights, is that in a lot of times, if there's not too many mechanics, I think the guilds like Method will just say like, okay, figure it out amongst yourselves, players like you. We trust that you can handle these mechanics. If it gets pushed to a certain threshold in terms of how much is required of the raid to keep track of, then you actually have the guys like Nagi and some of the other weak aura wizards that are like, okay, fine. Like I'm going to build a weak aura that literally does all of it by itself, and the raiders aren't going to have to think about it at all. The weak aura is going to do everything, and then you get these fights that were supposed to be very complex, and then you get like the weak aura, and it does everything, and you're like, oh, this is actually a really easy fight. Like I just read my screen and it tells me where to stand, and that's the end of it.
Yeah, but it's that kind of thing that also could benefit other guilds after they see these first guilds work through it with all these complex weak auras. You just kind of like see exactly what the weak auras are doing, and you may not get your weak aura to work as well as the method weak auras, but
you get the gist of it.
As long as you see the purpose and like how it works, you can definitely make it so a 100 pull boss turns into like a 50 pull boss.
And it's been a while since I've seen a weak aura that just kind of knocked me on my ass, where I was like, oh man, that is wild that it was doing it. But I can remember, after the first like Archimon kill, when some of the add-ons started coming out that showed, like the crisscrossing beams, and like just showed you have to stand here, and you're like, I didn't even know the game could do. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even know the game could do that. And you thought it was this Herculean effort to kill this boss. You're like, how did they do that, man? There's so much going on in this fight. And then you see the add-ons, and you're like, oh. And I mean, it didn't make it exactly an easy fight.
No. We
still got our ass beat even after we got our hands on those add-ons. But once you saw it, it was like, oh, I see. Like that makes a lot more sense. Yep. This is going to turn, what would have been 700 pulls into, maybe 250 or 300. But certainly there's been a few, some of those nameplate add-ons from Legion with the lines connecting or drawing like markers on like Star Augur nameplate stuff. Some of that, about once an expansion, there'll be some add-on or weak aura that comes out where you're just like, that whoever made that should be working at NASA, not like raiding. That person should be doing some stuff for national security. But inevitably that stuff gets like hot fixed instantly by Blizzard. They'll break all the functionality in the API, but it's for a brief moment. You fly close to the sun, and it's amazing for everyone in the community when you get to use it for like the month or two before Blizzard breaks all of it. But so like we said, Method well known for the breaks that they take between these pulls, and I think we're going to see quite a bit of that here on Raw Den as they play around with strategy. And I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see very fast progress on Raw Den once they get the tweaks. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of very quick wipes where they play around with some of the add-ons, some of the positioning stuff, and then once they start to get those things figured out, then we start seeing the boss health just get chunked real fast, and that maybe this boss has one of those sort of cadences that is like very jerky, and then, oh my God, it's dead. Wow, where the hell did that come from?
Like, it's very complicated. There are a lot of mechanics in the fight, but after the first target, you can, Vita and Nightmare, you can choose who you want it to go on. So every single fight will almost play out the same way. So as long as you understand each combination, you'll eventually learn how best to handle each set and work through it the same way every time.
And so you can see here, as we mentioned, the big red ring, that's the Nightmare debuff. You can't be standing in the ring with anybody else, but it gets passed to the closest player outside of the ring. You also see this lightning bolt jumping back and forth near the back of the raid, and that is the Vita debuff, and that gets passed to the furthest target from you. So we're seeing here that, and opting now, sorry to interrupt that thought, we're opting to use Lust right there. So it looks like Method is feeling that the first combination, now maybe they're just lusting to see more of the fight, I don't know here, but that did seem like a very deliberate lust at that point in time. So it looked like maybe Method's feeling like the first combination, the Nightmare Vita combination, is easy enough that they can just work through that on their own. Then they get the Void and Night. So it looks like they're opting next to do Void and Nightmare.
Void and Nightmare, yeah.
And they're going to lust that. Now, so we've kind of talked a little bit about what Vita and Nightmare do. The inclusion of Void, you see this zone. That's a missile being fired by Rodin, and somebody has to soak that, and then the direction that they're facing when they soak that, I think, fires the missile again in another direction, like in that same direction that the character is facing. So you have to kind of bounce the missile around several times and have somebody new soak it each time. I think it's maybe a bit more damage than either the other two, like a bit more guaranteed damage than either the other two essences.
It almost seemed like their lust there was just to kill the Vita orb as it was coming in. Because it's an instant wipe if all 3 orbs ever hit, and you can drag the boss to the other side of the room, but these orbs just have a lot of health.
Okay, so maybe it's just that that was... I mean, I guess it seems like a peculiar... Maybe it was just a learning lust, because it seemed like peculiar timing to use it there. I mean, I'm sure the orbs do have a lot of health, but... I guess I'd be surprised if it seemed like they didn't have enough DPS when focusing one down.
I mean, you see all these warlocks, too. They already have their comp kind of set up for that type of damage profile, hitting 2 targets, doing a lot of boss damage, and cleaving off on another target.
Yeah,
but
definitely a lot of warlocks in this fight. And so if anyone was worried that ranged might not stay the dominant DPS style in Ny'alotha, rest assured they are still incredibly good, and we will see a handful of melee on any given fight. Demon Hunters are very good this tier. You probably want maybe 1 rogue in at least for some utility, if nothing else. Assassination, very good single target. There's some fights that will favor Outlaw when you need the AoE. You bring the warrior both for probably for the attack power buff and maybe for some execute, like the damage they can bring at the end of the boss fight's really nice. We do have a DK in here. I always wonder how much of bringing a DK is because DKs are good versus how much they just trust Nagi as a raider. Obviously, he's very versatile with that class when they need the DK in for... like an off tank, he's the pick for that. But so you'll see a few melee in here, but very much another ranged tier. And obviously, Method has a lot of notable warlock mains, so you're going to see a lot of those. But also several mages, and I think last year Method, especially in contrast to Limit. I think Limit went kind of all in on mages last year. I think they were bringing like 3 or 4 mages to a lot of their fights. And I think in a lot of Method's fights, they were only bringing Scripe on mage. I don't know if they had anyone else really playing mage. So Method definitely recognizing that Fire Mage is pretty ridiculous for single target burst in this tier and bringing plenty of them themselves this time. And good old Roger Brown, who really playing the hell out of that Hunter.
Yeah. Hunter's just really good single target and AoE. They just seem very solid this tier.
Now, trying to see, it's always nice to catch Scripe's POV for at least once every few attempts because of all the meters that he has pulled up. And I think I was listening to Falcone and Moose talk a bit before they got off the couch this last time about Scripe's UI, and for myself, I feel like a lot of those meters aren't necessarily things that he's using especially not in real time or even necessarily checking after every pull. But a lot of times what having those meters up on your screen for is really nice for is when you're going back through VODs or doing replay. And if there was something that you needed to check from a previous pull and you have since wiped your damage meter and you don't have that information handy anymore. Now, you could probably go back to Warcraft logs and, reference, okay, let me go find pull number 24 and then figure out where pull number 24 is on the VOD and link those 2 things up. But it makes a very handy visual guide if you're going back through later and looking at a specific pull that you can go down and look on that pull and see, okay, here's where the damage was coming from in the middle of this pull. Here's what people were dying to. Here's who was blasting the boss on that pull. So makes it very nice for being able to go back and check your own stuff. Obviously makes it very nice for us as viewers, being able to see that. If I were able to wave a magic wand and do a thing for the viewing experience, it would probably be to force more people to have a UI similar to Scribes where they have all this information available so that I can be lazy and just look down at the bottom of the screen and see what all is going on. Because if there's one thing I do kind of bemoan about casting here, it's that Method won't necessarily share like their private logs with us from Warcraft logs. And a lot of times there's a lot going on under the hood of any one of these polls that even if you're watching intently, you can't necessarily divine some of the stuff that's going on. And or if you do, it may depend on like the point of view you're looking at. If somebody's camera is just pointed in the wrong direction, you may not be able to see a thing that's happening off screen, and you're like, okay, I know it happened, but I couldn't actually see what happened. Whereas Warcraft logs will keep so much information that you can pretty much figure out everything that's going on a poll and be able to tell a lot about a guild strategy and about what's happening on a poll, which is why they're not going to share it necessarily, even with those of us in the studio, because there are some things you got to play pretty close to the vest. But certainly that is the thing I miss, is like not being able to go in and check a Warcraft log and see what all is happening there, because it does just give a wealth of information.
What I do find kind of interesting is just like the difference in ideology for like having all these meters up on your screen. Like if you see Scripe has 5 different things that he's tracking, but I know Jeeth, I watch his stream a lot, and he has no meters on his stream. He feels like they're just a distraction.
Yep.
And during the fight, you should only focus on the health bars and the fight. And afterwards, you can look at Warcraft logs. And
I can appreciate that mentality, but I feel like you don't have to turn the meters off to, because as I said, it's not even necessarily in real time that I'm looking for that. Now, obviously, if you have meters up on your screen, there's always going to be at least some temptation to look over. Hey, am I blasting right now? Like, man, I just popped wings. What's my HPS looking like? There's always going to be that minor temptation, but I feel like you can train yourself not to look at meters, and if that's important to you to not look at that, you don't have to, but it makes it a lot more helpful to be able to go back and check some of that stuff out, or be able to pull it up very quickly after. Because, I mean, even with meters up in convenient places for me to look at, there's sometimes where it takes me a while if I don't already have the meter set to the thing I want to look at. Like, if I don't already have it set to interrupts or deaths or whatever, it takes me a few seconds to kind of page through it and find the thing I want. And if we're getting ready to pull again instantly, it's like I gotta wait, hold on, I gotta no. So having it up, I feel like it outweighs any of the potentially negative effects of it. All right, so we see here orbs coming in, Method burning them down, and
again, that Vita is just so close.
Yeah, they're definitely. Now, you do have to kind of wonder if they sandbag on DPS there to not. You don't. It's one of those deals where you just want to make sure it's dead before it gets to the boss, but you don't get any brownie points for blowing it up instantly.
Yeah.
So you may not want anybody popping cooldowns on it. And if you kill it, 3 feet from the boss, it's not necessarily any better than killing it 30 feet from the boss. Yeah. So they may intentionally let it get as far as it can to the boss before they finish it. Help. I wonder what the weak aura is that is help. And this is another thing I can appreciate, by the way. It is kind of humorous to see a weak aura that just says help, but one of the things about Method's weak auras that I've noticed from a few of the guys that I've watched is that a lot of times on their weak auras, they won't necessarily put the name of an ability in it. They'll just put like kind of what it does. And especially on some of these bosses, like on progression, where the naming scheme of the spells is like very similar, and you're like, all right, like Void Annihilation, like what the hell even is that? Is that the same thing as like Void, Beam? And in the middle of a boss pull, it can be difficult to recall, like, okay, is that the one that's like AoE instant death, or is that the the thing that gets put on the ground I got to move out of? Method's weak auras a lot of times will just be like raid damage, 3, 2, 1, and you're like, oh right, yeah, it's the raid damage, or here, kill Void. It's not saying like ad, the name of the ad coming out or whatever. It's just like, hey, the thing's here, kill it, or this thing's coming out, get ready to pop healing cooldowns or defensives, or like the help weak aura. It's like, I'm not telling you what the ability is. I'm telling you you're going to need help here in a second.
No need to overcomplicate it.
Right.
Say
So
what you got to do.
Yeah, I do. I do like a lot of the stuff I see from them is as minimal, I think, as you can be, and doesn't ask the raider to make any recollection of like, okay, well, I need you to memorize the 12 different names of abilities on this fight. I just need you to be able to like literally. I just need you to understand English and read the thing on the screen and do the thing. And so it is nice because it's helpful for raiders, also very helpful for casters because then I can say like, okay, the thing that says raid damage is about to hit 0. I think we're going to need a cooldown here, and it makes it easy for me too because especially when we prep for these bosses, it's as hard as it is for these guys to keep track of all the spell names. It's just as hard for us, so it doesn't make it any easier for those of us. But we're going to jump to a quick break here while the guild kind of figures some stuff out, and we will be back momentarily.
Winter. It's cold outside. The snow's falling all around us, gently laying on the windowsill. To stay nice and warm, the fire's on. And as we all gather around, together in Twitch chat, watching the Ny'alotha race to world first, we feel cosy. We feel like we're with friends. Come be with friends. Come join Method for the very small price of free with your Twitch Prime. You can be cozy with everyone else spamming the cozy emote in Twitch chat right now. Come be with friends. Come be with Method.
welcome back to Method's coverage of the Race to World First. We are fresh in the middle of some Raw Den progress here, and again, we've talked a little bit about the hotfix, the boss guy. Maybe not a huge deal breaker here, but enough certainly to throw Limit a bit off their game on their progress. I popped back over to their stream while we were on break to kind of check on what their Raw Den progress was. It looked like pre-hotfix, they had gotten it down to 6%, so knocking on the door there.
Yeah.
I think it said post-hotfix, they were at about 15%, so still getting the boss very low.
Yeah.
Still certainly within the realm that you would expect to see a kill fairly soon, but definitely setting them back a little bit. Now, if you were afraid while you were on break that you were going to miss any action, you can follow us on Twitter at the Method GG account, and they'll have all kinds of news and updates, any really good memes or pictures or whatever from the event. So if you want to follow us on Twitter, you can make sure that in case you can't keep up with the stream 24/7, that you could at least get the big updates. And as you saw from our lovely Plebs Central, we had a little ad here on the Twitch Prime, and new this race. We have enabled subs on the Method channel, so if you want access to any of the comfy emotes or just want to show support for the guild, you can subscribe to the Method channel and participate in any of the good comfy boy spams. Those are always fun. Also, we've got a bunch of gear behind us here on the desk that you can see, and we're doing a giveaway. And if you are interested in free stuff, and I suspect that we have some folks in chat that are, all this stuff behind me here, and most notably this case with the big old RGB circle in it from MSI, is up for grabs. So if you want to participate in that giveaway, you can type !giveaway in chat to get some instructions on it, on how to enter the giveaway. There's also a bio panel under the stream, and I expect that you will be quite interested in the items available for it. It is a beefy computer. As someone who owns a beefy computer, I can confidently state that is a beefy computer. Also signed by several folks on site and played by Genji actually here. Like, this isn't just a prop thing. This is actually being played by Genji. And so you can rest assured that if it's good enough for him to play on for World Firsts, it's probably good enough for you to play on at home as well. So definitely hit up that giveaway and see if you can win some free swag. It's the MSI desktops, Corsair headset, mouse, keyboard, 1-year NordVPN subscription, and a runtime starter pack. So plenty of cool stuff there. Finally, as you can see down on the corner of the stream, we are doing a charity drive for Save the Children. We really appreciate all the donations that have come in, and as like every other race that we've done this, the donations have been tremendous. So thank you guys for the incredible support, and I know the folks at Save the Children have been very impressed with how much we've been able to raise each one of these Race to World Firsts, and they now keenly look forward to working with us at each one of these Race to World Firsts, and that's all you guys. You know, the donations that you guys put in are incredible, and we are very proud of the amount of donations we are able to put towards the Save the Children thing each time we do these races, and it seems like the support just gets even more wild every time we do it. So thank you guys. It is truly incredible, and we do appreciate the hell out of it. And lastly, you know, we've been kind of looking at Raw Den here, and you've seen the leaderboard off to the side, and we've got 3 guilds at 7 out of 12, and a version who's been working on Vexiona, and Vexiona has been a boss that we've seen kills on pretty quickly, so I expect to see them jumping to 7 of 12. And actually, in just the time since we've talked about that, I see Exorcist has jumped to 6 of 12, so they're in the same boat. Curious to see what your guys' thoughts are in chat as to who we're going to see get a Raw Den first from. Now, obviously, Limit was in the driver's seat there pre-hotfix, and maybe you feel like Limit's still in the driver's seat post-hotfix, but we got a new poll up. We've had this wonderful extension on the stream where you can find out a bunch of really cool stuff. You can check gear for the different players. You can find their streams if you want to go check those out. You can find our partner POVs from the other guilds we're working with. But one of the other cool features from it is we've got a built-in poll system, and put up a new one here to ask you who you think is going to get the world first Raw Den kill. And I feel like probably the easy answer, the cop-out answer, is to say Limit, because they were the furthest progressed before the hotfix and still making pretty good headway after it. But if you've got kind of a spicy take and you think maybe Pieces was able to, again, Pieces, to my knowledge, not streaming, so everything that they're doing is kept under wraps, and maybe you think they have a killer strat that didn't care one iota about the hotfix, and they're going to come in and snipe one from Limit. Or maybe you feel strongly that this is finally Method's boss, and even though there were some struggles on Inquisitor, that maybe Method's going to make up some time here and come in and make very quick progress on Rod Den. So let us know. Go ahead and vote in the poll. We'll take a look at it in a bit and see if there's some surprises there. And maybe even want to throw in an aversion vote. Maybe you think they'll be able to leapfrog here, grab the Vexiona kill and jump on that Rod Den kill. So yeah, should be a very interesting poll. Actually, I'm gonna see if I can get those real-time results up here while we wait for the next poll. And look at that. Imagine that. A Method stream that predicts a Method first kill on Rod Den. Color me shocked. I am. I'd actually like to poll the guys behind me and see what they think is going to be the case. But certainly some strong opinions here. Thinking Method going to grab the Rod Den first.
Limit in a close second, though.
Limit in a close
Only
second.
a few percent behind.
Limit in a close second. But Method with the world first Rod Den kill. Not sure I agree. Not sure I'm going to be able to vote Method myself, but certainly they appreciate the confidence.
I mean, we really don't even know if Pieces is progressing on Rod.
No, that's true. They could be doing Drestagoth. They could be at 10% on Drestagoth right now. Yeah, for all we know, they could be going a completely different path here. But my suspicion is that after they saw what Limit was able to do on Rod Den, they probably thought, yeah, we can do that too. Let's get the kill on Rod Den and then move on. So, all right. So, we're getting to see in the beginning of the poll here on Rod Den, the guild opting to kill the Void Orb first, which means it will be dealing with the Vita and Nightmare mechanics on the first combination. And you see the red circle. Everyone needs to move out of that, and then it bounces to the closest player. And then you'll see folks in the back here where lightning bounces between the two of them, and that lightning is going to bounce to the furthest player from the current lightning debuffed. So that triangle and square marker are going to be where you send the two Vita debuffs. And as each person passes off that lightning debuff, they'll move back into the pile, and someone else will come out and take their place. And then you'll see the melee essentially dealing with that Nightmare debuff. They will keep that in melee range. The person that gets it will move out slightly. Everyone else will stack up around the edge of it. It'll pass to someone else in melee range, and then that person will move out. And so phase one looks like it's actually fairly simple to deal with positionally. It felt like maybe there was going to be some complexity there, but once you actually kind of get the positioning of it right, that feels like there's maybe not all that much actually going on. In the second combination, Method appears to have selected to deal with Void and Nightmare at the same time. Now, I don't know that it looks like for this, actually, they are opting to take the Nightmare into ranged. In the first phase, Nightmare looked to be a melee mechanic. Now it looks like they are going to be passing Nightmare back and forth between ranged players. And it looks like the melee are going to be responsible for the Void. So the Void mechanic is that there's a circle that spawns. You have to go soak it. And when you soak it, it then redirects that circle somewhere else. And so it looks like they're opting to use melee to bounce that circle around in melee range, and then having ranged players pass the Nightmare back and forth.
It seems like they're actually able to game the shadow buff and just have it at that position over on the wall. And since it goes the direction you're facing, everyone can
just
just
puts
face
it
it
right-
into the
okay.
wall, and it'll be in the same exact spot every time.
Big brain. Yeah, so the void buff on the ground is supposed to move in the direction that you're facing and then launch it, I think it's like 15 or 20 yards in the direction you're facing. Method, I think, has figured out that if you are facing a wall, it turns out there's nowhere to go except right underneath you again.
Yep.
So it makes the spot that the void spawns very consistent and doesn't move around. So somebody just keeps moving into that circle and then moving out. Not the same person, obviously, but each person that moves in there doesn't have to guess where it's going to go or move around much. So that's probably why they're opting to use melee for that, because it means that the melee can all just stay pretty close to that void spot and then just move a few yards to do their turn in it. Now, we did see on one of the earlier polls that Method lusted at the start of the second empowerment orb spawn. Keep an eye out on where they're lusting. Now, I don't think that that's going to be the final lust spot. I think we'll be holding that till later in the fight. But keep an eye on the lust timer, see if they start settling on a place to use it or if they keep using it to just see further and further into the fight. Also, kind of keeping an eye on the comp here. As we mentioned, they were opting to use 2 Brewmasters, which isn't a super crazy comp for this tier, but a lot of times you have a Brewmaster and another tank. And so thinking that the double Brewmaster is going to be used for later on in this fight when you have to keep the tanks at low health for another mechanic. And you're seeing a ton of range DPS, a few melee, but otherwise, the healing comp, very traditional, 2 priests, 2 pallies.
Yeah.
The same boring healing stuff that we've seen now for probably like 17 of the last 20 bosses that Method has done. So not a lot of really crazy stuff going on here, I think, comp-wise. But we'll see. I think this fight will really come alive once we hit phase 2 and you start getting in the mechanics that require you to keep people below 100% health. That's where I think the fight gets a bit more awkward. It starts weirding you out a little bit as a healer, starts getting you out of your comfort zone. So that'll be the part of the fight where I would expect maybe to see the lust get... when they intentionally start using the lust. Also, an excellent time here from Naga to use his font. I can appreciate that the font. For those of you that have managed to get your hands on a nice font from Ashara, requires you to stand there like a goon and channel for like 4 seconds. And so a lot of times figuring out spots in the fight where you were otherwise not going to be doing anything useful is a good opportunity to use that font. And so there, when Nagi got the Nightmare debuff and had to move out of the pile, that's a prime opportunity to just pop the font and use that time that would otherwise be wasted having to stand away from the boss to instead get an enormous strength proc.
Yeah, getting those ads out of the way is definitely really important too, because after each of the orbs hits, you'll get 2 ads spawning from the orbs that you choose not to kill, and those just add extra mechanics to the fight. Yeah,
definitely. We see a bunch of warlocks in on this poll, assuming they are all Destro. Destro has some of the best 2-target cleave in the game, so being able to keep kind of one eye on the boss and one eye on the ads probably allows them to burn those down pretty quickly. Now we see here we have a death to the Void Zone, which is unfortunate, but you're seeing here kind of the positioning of the melee on the second round of empowerments. They just put that Void Zone on the wall so that it keeps redropping itself in basically the same spot each time. The Nightmare buff being passed around among the ranged at the back of the boss pile. And we'll see here if we can get... now, we have used Lust here again. So, again, I don't think this is where we're planning to use Lust on the actual kill, but no sense in saving it at this point if we...
Just help you progress.
Yeah, if you're still just trying to see deeper into the fight. So, using Lust here, try to get through this empowerment section. And just by virtue of the fact that you would probably pick the combinations you think are easiest first so that you're most likely not to have to see them a second time, we can guess that this third combination of empowerments is probably the one Method thinks is going to be most difficult. So when we get to the next set, which should be Void and Vita, which incidentally is the combination that you have to work with on normal and heroic. This is kind of what everyone else who has worked on this fight is used to doing every time. Apparently Method thinks that the new Mythic Nightmare mechanic is actually the easiest of the empowerments.
Well, it's also just like on heroic and normal, you're getting rid of either Void or
That's
Vita,
true. Yeah, I guess you would never have those
Yeah.
stacked up together on normal or heroic. But Method kind of saying like, yeah, we actually feel like this new Mythic mechanic is the one that requires the least amount of kind of screwing around with our positioning. So you would think, I guess, that I would still expect them to put the boss on the wall to drop those voids over there. That seemed like a pretty good strategy for making sure that doesn't require too much movement to deal with. I don't think that would cause any issues with the Vita debuff. I would assume you'd still be able to just have 2 range stand.
Yeah, it's just like a repositioning of the whole room, because if you do that, then all the melee and range that aren't part of the Vita chain, you need to be clumped up close to that group near the wall. But it's basically just like what they do in the first phase, except they reorient themselves so that where the Void debuffs drop is the new center.
All right. Well, I'm seeing in chat that we have that. There we go. Okay. Confirmation from Rich. Limit goes 8 of 12. So while I appreciate the vote of confidence in chat from the Raw Den poll, we see here that Limit does in fact come away with the world first Raw Den kill, and they appear to be on pace to do that before the hotfix. I think only fair that they get the kill after the hotfix, but certainly I think they'll be a little bit frustrated with how the timing of that played out. But I think all's well that ends well. They still get the world first kill. Maybe not quite as quickly as they would have liked, but can now probably expect to see Limit move on to Drestagoth, and we'll see if, in fact, Drestagoth was more difficult than Rodden.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the instance is linear now, so we get to, because of the way we went to it, and just Drestagoth being not the final boss of his wing.
Drestagoth not the final boss, so the one we got to do next.
Yeah, we just are going to follow the same path all the way through if all other guilds still choose to do Rodden before Drestagoth.
So, yeah, I'll be curious to see Drestagoth, whether that's one that, that one felt, as I was reading through mechanics, that one actually felt pretty straightforward, I guess. I mean, there's
a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
Not all of it matters.
Yeah, as I was reading through, I was like, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay, that's the melee tentacle. Okay, that's the range tentacle. Okay, the boss copies what the other ones are doing. All right, yeah, good. Seems good. Okay, yeah. And kind of moved on to the next boss pretty quickly. Like, I'm sure it'll be pretty obvious what's going on screen. Rodden, on the other hand, and to a lesser extent, Vexiona, as I was reading through the abilities that these bosses are doing, it's like, God damn, there's a lot of stuff, man. Like, anytime you have to like scroll down like 4 or 5 times on the Wowhead guide, and it's like, okay, there's a second phase. Like, oh my god, phase 3, what? And those were some bosses like that where you just keep going, and it's like it's referencing earlier abilities, and it's like, yeah, so now if somebody has this debuff that it gave, and you're like, wait, what debuff is that from early phase 1 debuff? Okay, cool, go back down, and yeah, there was some research, some homework that had to be done on those bosses. But hopefully Method, now I suspect we're seeing a break here from Method, which is not unusual, but I suspect we might see an even longer break here because they have to be also aware that Limit has just killed the boss. So my guess is they're going to take a look at that kill vid and double check that Limit didn't come up with any really cool stuff in the last hour, but I guess I'd be surprised. I doubt Limit changed their strat too terribly much from what they were doing earlier, but Method probably wanted to double check to make sure that there wasn't any crazy tweaks to what Limit was doing before they killed it. But in the meantime, at least, it appears that they didn't see enough to make them not want to pull the boss again. So back to the first set of empowerments. You're killing the Void Orb ASAP, which will lead to the boss being empowered by Nightmare and Vita in Phase 1. And we've seen the positioning appears to have been pretty much worked out for this phase and the next phase. And still getting some deaths in the second phase. But this first phase, at the very least, appears to be very safe at this point. Now, I'll say that and somebody will die. But we have seen some, it looks fairly ho-hum at this point. You just pass Nightmare debuff back and forth in melee. You pass the Vita debuff back and forth out in ranged. And you burn the boss. And then on to the next empowerment. So this part, I think, is a fairly solved portion of the fight. And Ny'alotha appears to go down there. So this is one of those things I think they like to refer to as the caster curse.
So they did actually bring him in again. I don't think he was in the comp initially, and then they replaced him, and now he's back in again. So I wonder what it is that they thought that he brought to the fight.
Yeah, that's certainly maybe they're just figuring out the fight's more melee friendly than they originally thought.
Oh, they dropped a healer, it looks like.
Oh.
3 healing now.
Well. That's, as a healer, always what I love to hear is, yeah, this boss fight's insanely easy to heal. Let's drop healers. Perfect. Well, what a fascinating turn of events. All right, so who do we have in then? Jeeth and Azalea and Josh. So it looks like Potter riding the bench for a bit, bring in Narco. And we pop Lust here again on the second set of empowerments. And we'll see if we can make it. I don't know that we've had a clean third empowerment yet. We've actually gotten to kind of see what that looks like from a positioning perspective. But we've got the orbs coming in. All right, so boss is empowered. And got a couple folks dead, a few teetering on the brink. Ads coming in. As we mentioned, we've got some Destro locks in here that are particularly good at taking care of 2-target cleave. But we're losing more and more folks. But I think we're seeing this, what was our best pull here? 63%. And we've got the boss at 63%, exactly on the dot. So we are at the very least seeing our new best pull. And I think I'm feeling good about the progress we're seeing on this boss in terms of sort of this phase 1. Doesn't look like there's anything that they're struggling with necessarily mechanically. You got to clean up execution, but I think positioning-wise, it looks like they've got the strat that they want, and they just got to make sure that they've got the throughput to pull it off. I feel like if they were lacking any confidence in this strategy, they wouldn't have dropped a healer. So the fact that we're seeing a 3-heal approach to this, I think, signals that they don't feel that this is a healing issue, that there's like too much damage coming out. It's just you have to execute, and if you execute, then there's not that much healing, and so this will just be a get good fight.
It does look like Limit also 3-healed it.
Okay.
If everyone's playing there.
And that's probably, that's probably what we saw was they looked over at the kill vid and went, interesting. Limit 3-healed it. I guess we can 3-heal it. And there's, certainly there's an element of pride in copying another guild strategy. But at the end of the day, if you see something like that, if you're 4-healing it and you look over and you see a guild has 3-healed it, unless you have a really good reason sticking with 4 healers, something that you think is like very crucial to your strategy and keeping with 4 healers, you're just stupid not to crib that. I mean, that would be dumb of you to not take that opportunity to swipe that. And that is, in fairness, that's sort of the trade-off for being on the EU release schedule is, yes, we spot the North American guilds like a 16-hour head start, but the trade-off is that we're gonna watch you do it. I'm gonna watch you progress on these bosses that we're not able to progress at, and if I see you come up with a good strategy, I'm gonna take it, like unashamedly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take it and say thank you, and try to catch up with that. That will be how I try to reduce that 16-hour lead. Is I'm gonna yoink the good strats, and I'll maybe put my own little spin on them, but As a competitor, the only reason you don't steal something like that is just straight pride.
Yeah.
And you got to be very confident in yourself to support that kind of pride. If you're just gonna say like I'm just not gonna do it, I refuse to copy somebody else's strategy. We're gonna keep 4 healing it just out of spite. Like have fun with second place. So yeah, definitely if you see somebody else 3 healing it,
Yeah.
go ahead and 3 heal it.
I mean, they know just as well that if they come up with a strategy on the
Oh
fight
yeah, it's
that-
getting stolen just immediately as
Yeah.
soon as they come up. Yeah, definitely. And actually, you know, as an observer, not as one of the competitors, but as an observer, it's fantastic for the rest of us because seeing guilds, you know, when you would have the race to world first, all sort of behind closed doors, you would see more. I feel like more unique strategies from the guilds that they would be much more independent of each other, and it was kind of cool to see the varying styles. But a lot of times you'd see very specific sort of holes in each guild's strategy, and you'd see like, man, this one guild did phase 2 really cool, but their phase 1 sucked, and this other guild like smashed phase 3, but their phase 1 and 2 was terrible. And when you have a race to world first like this, where each guild can see what the others are doing, a lot of times you come up with the best strategy. And for the rest of us that are just waiting for the other guilds to kill it so I can steal their strategy, that's great for me because I then get, you know, the best of all worlds where I get a guild that came up with something really cool in phase 1, and then you combine it with the really cool phase 2 strategy and with the really cool phase 3 strategy, and the boss strategy is complete and good from start to finish instead of having, you know, 3 or 4 different guilds that all have okay strategies, but none of which is sort of ideal.
Yeah, it really fixes the shortcomings of the strat.
Yes, and so I appreciate the hell out of them copying each other's stuff and coming up with a super strat, and I think the rest of the community does too. And it's one of the things I really did like. You know, obviously we've been doing now the Race to World First, streaming it for this entire expansion, but before that, we had, and I think kind of one of the initial stepping stones of this is the Mythic Plus community was streaming all of its stuff when it was doing Mythic Plus back in Legion. All of the highest key pushers would stream everything.
Yep.
And even though it was a competitive disadvantage to show other teams what you were doing, everyone would stream it, and you'd steal from each other just willy-nilly. Like everyone would grab, anytime you'd see something cool happen in another key, you'd grab that and you'd incorporate it into your runs, and you would get further and further progress as a community. You know, any team by themselves may have only been able to push to a certain point, but when you started incorporating some of the cool stuff, some of the cool pulls from other teams, you could push it 1 key level higher and then 1 key level higher. Yeah. And it allowed you as a community to collectively build these strategies that any one team by themselves could never have done. But altogether, you'd come up with this really cool stuff that would allow you to push really high. And yeah, maybe you would give up a few world firsts because somebody else took something you came up with, but especially for the people watching and the ultimate service of Mythic Plus, I think it was good for the community, and we're seeing the exact same thing happen in raiding, and I really like it. I think it makes it better for all parties involved.
Yeah, just allowing other people to iterate on the strats over and over again, keep refining them. It leads to the best level of play we can get. So, I mean, there's no reason to hold back the entire scene just because you don't want to miss out on one world first or anything. Yep.
So, all right. So we're seeing some more polls here on Rodin. Recently had Limit pick up the world first Rodin kill. You can see here the leaderboard off to the right. Limit sitting at 8 of 12 pieces. Was just shot up the leaderboard today. Was the front running EU guild and has been joined by Method recently. We can presume that Pieces is working on Rodin, but we don't actually know because they're not streaming. Aversion and Exorcist, 2 more notable EU guilds have jumped up there. Midwinter, pulling up second place for the NA guilds, along with BDG Imperative and Practice. Now, Practice is one I confess I'm not familiar with the guild Practice. I don't.
I thought they might be EU.
Yeah, given that they've just jumped to 5 of 12, I guess my assumption would be that they are an EU guild, but that is a name I am not familiar with. And then Blood Legion pulling up the rear at 4 of 12. And practice chat not telling me practice is actually 6 of 12. So we've had several of these guilds today making very speedy progress through the tier, catching up with some of the NA guilds from yesterday very quickly. And seeing some deaths here on this Raw Den poll, just kind of unfortunate. Now, again, we assume that because they've moved to the 3 heal comp, that the assumption is that if you just execute correctly, the healing requirements of this fight are probably, I mean, not easy, but manageable with 3 healers. It's just looking like it's probably an issue with executing the positional requirements and making sure those ads get dead quickly. Now, we'll be very curious kind of once they get this phase 1 down. I feel like phase 1 was not supposed to necessarily be the hard part of this fight, at least in reading through the abilities. This didn't feel like where the difficult part of the fight was relatively. So I'm very curious to see phase 2 and once you have to start managing people's health pools on top of it.
One interesting thing is I haven't seen anyone, I think, running a lot of corruption on this fight, because it feels like with the positional requirements, you really can't be running away from a thing from beyond or have to move too far away for your eyeball zapping you.
Yeah, and that is one, you do kind of almost get the sense that the further you get into the tier, the more and more guilds are going to start policing their raiders. Yeah. Like, you got to stay below, like, 40 corruption or whatever, that you just can't. There's a few classes that can probably get away with it. And it's actually a thing that got brought up a bit this week about raid comp might be slightly dictated by which of the classes had the best kit for dealing with corruption effects. There's some classes that really stand out, the ones that have like high mobility so they can get out of the corruption zones very quickly, run away from the thing from beyond. Some classes just have like really good self-healing so they can just absorb it. You get hit from the thing from beyond and you're a demon hunter, you just leech it all back instantly. Yep. So there may be some classes that they run it because they don't care. It's just like, if it spawns a zone, spawn a thing from beyond, it's whatever, I'll figure it out. Some classes get punished pretty heavily by it. Yeah. But certainly, I think the further we get into the tier, the more and more that corruption will become a big deal. And not just heal me, but... But, I actually have to figure out what I'm going to do with it.
One thing also is that I think demon hunters and some other classes just work better with the corruption. Mm-hmm. Like, with a tier 3 infinite stars, a demon hunter, with as much haste as they have, attacking as quickly as they do, they'll... I know on Rep Paladin, I have 1 rank 2 infinite stars, and it might do, 1,000,000 damage during the fight. And on Shadhar, our demon hunter with a tier 3 infinite stars did 5 million damage a couple pulls.
Yeah, that's a bit of a disparity there. And certainly, they've been tweaking, especially some of the how you proc some of these things. I know Echoing Void got nerfed, and one of the ways they nerfed it was by taking away some of the passive ways to proc it. That no longer was it like white swings and dot ticks and whatnot. You actually had to be using active abilities to stack it. So certainly there may be some classes that actually came up as we were talking about that I think the monk GCD is 1 second instead of usually I think depending on your haste, most classes are sitting at 1.2 to 1.3 or something GCD. So having that base GCD just being lower gave you that many more opportunities to use an active ability and potentially stack it. And so, certainly some classes get a bit more oomph out of their corruption effects. And I'm trying to keep an eye on the leaderboard now. I did here on Vexiona very quickly. Yeah, and I'm not sure what their progress is on Vexiona, but I'd be surprised if they weren't knocking on the door there.
Going into phase 2 again, it seems like. But they've definitely been at that phase 2 threshold for a while. And we saw, Limit and Method spent almost more time on Xanash than
Yeah.
they did on
Yeah, Xanash was definitely a fight that, especially for Method, it felt, and you feel bad watching Xanash progress because the knocking around of the orb is a lot more difficult than it looks for various reasons, but it's so easy to laugh. I mean, it's so easy to laugh when you watch it because it looks very straightforward. Just kick the ball, forehead. So when you're watching other people do it, you're like, wow, ridiculous that you guys can't just make the ball bounce 3 times and go into the goal. In reality, there's a lot of like hitbox shenanigans and models. I know there was quite a bit of discussion about different races having different hitboxes that changed the way the ball bounced off at you. And I think as we were talking to one of the Aversion guys, he was coming out saying they think there's like a tick rate on the ball that it only updates its position, like maybe once every 0.2 seconds or something. So sometimes it'll register hitting you like as soon as it touches you. Sometimes it'll slightly clip into you before it registers the hit. And so there's all kinds of sort of finesse things you got to do with that. But when you're watching somebody do it, you're like, you're dumb. Like you're dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. You're all dumb. And I know as somebody in that position, as one of the Raiders, it has to be incredibly frustrating after a certain point to continue having wipes on that.
Yeah, definitely not looking forward to that. Like we put a few pulls into it last night, maybe like 10, and it's just like you have to progress through each person, like each group figures
like
it out.
Let group 1 screw it up, 2 or 3 times. Let group 2 screw it up 2 or 3 times.
And then in what we're planning to do, I would be in the last group.
Exactly, and that's the group you want to avoid.
So like everyone else is like, oh my god, can this guy get it over with? When we've been wiping to the first, second, and third groups doing it, but now that it's to the last group, it's like, come on, we've been at this for hours. Like, why haven't you gotten it down yet?
Yeah, I think the original rotation for Method had Lorgox being the final guy, the final dunker in like group 4. And it was just, I felt terrible the whole time because I was like, it's going to come down. I mean, like, it's at that point, you just have to be lucky if you're in that position to, like, do it on your first try.
Yep.
And so it's going to come down. They're going to have some pull where everyone else has done everything, and all they need is the one final knock-in. And if that person, it's not fair to expect them to get it right on the first try, but if they don't, everyone's immediately going to be like, God damn it. So, yeah, it was it's unfortunate the way that kind of stuff has to work out.
Yeah.
And certainly if you're in that group, you're just sweating it. Every pull, you're like, please, I actually kind of hope everyone screws it up because I don't want it to get down to me.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to finish up this poll here and jump to a quick break afterwards. But I'm hoping that we see one of these polls go well for Method. I feel like we're at that point now where I think they're tightening up the strategy enough that eventually it'll just click, and they'll start getting consistent phase 2 attempts, and I think we'll start seeing that soon. Once the weak ores have been sort of sussed out and everyone gets comfortable with where they're standing and they've seen all the empowerments a few times, I think we'll get to the point. I mean, you see, we have not used Lust yet.
I think that's indicative that
they're
planning to get to phase 2 anytime now.
Yeah, confident enough now that we're not using Lust. And so hopefully some phase 2 attempts on the horizon. And we do have one death here with Kush, but luckily we still have a ton of Warlocks left, so maybe it won't be quite as impactful. And unfortunately, Sko goes down, and having one tank usually not great for a raid boss.
Usually,
but the pull did look better than a lot of the pulls we've seen up till now. The fact, especially, that we still had Lust at the end of it, bodes well. Yeah. So anyway, we are going to jump to a quick break here, and when we come back, maybe we'll see some phase 2 Rodin.
Winter. It's cold outside. The snow's falling all around us, gently laying on the windowsill. To stay nice and warm, the fire's on, and as we all gather around together in Twitch chat, watching the Ny'alotha race to world first, we feel cozy. We feel like we're with friends Come be with friends. Come join Method for the very small price of free with your Twitch Prime. You can be cozy with everyone else spamming the cozy emote in Twitch chat right now. Come be with friends. Come be with Method.
welcome back to Method's coverage of the Race to World First, where we are just starting to get around that Phase 2 breakpoint for Rod Den for Method here. Limit having recently picked up the world first kill on Rod Den. Pieces also presumably working on it, and given Limit's progress, I'd expect to see a kill from Pieces here within the next few hours. So a few guilds now in that kind of in the hunt for world first. Limit obviously the sort of first place North American guild and having the time advantage. You would expect them to be at the front of the pack. So Limit leading at 8 of 12, followed by Pieces and Method at 7 of 12, and a handful of EU guilds sitting at 6 of 12 now. So certainly a very competitive race. We'll see if Carapace starts thinning out the pack there. Yeah. I expect that, I think people thinking that Carapace will be a fairly difficult boss on, in its own right. And so maybe that'll be kind of a gatekeeper to Ny'alotha progress as we get down the line. I know in like BOD, for instance, there were a ton of guilds working on Jaina at the same time. Now, the various progress of each of those guilds was a bit different, but in terms of just the sheer number of people working on the final boss at the same time, kind of unprecedented, I think. At some point, it was like there were dozens, I think, of guilds that had gotten to there before it died. But we are cutting here quickly to Aversion. I know we were talking about this a bit earlier, that Vexiona seemed like a boss that would die pretty quickly, and Aversion now right here with this a 2%, 1.5, 1, and I believe we are now seeing the world, I'll have to check it, I think 5th or maybe 6th kill of Vexiona goes to Aversion. So our guild in-house with us, sitting no more literally than 20 feet from me, we have the Aversion folks grabbing that kill of Vexiona, and will now start their work on Rod Den as well. So world fourth Vexiona. So we have certainly had some accomplishments today in-house. And obviously, as we're doing this in Krefeld, Germany, Aversion, a very notable German guild. So I think they're kind of the hometown team. Got some local rooting interest around here. So fantastic work by them. And we had their perspective in our last Race to World First as well. And Aversion knocked it out of the park then too. So it's great having them on site. A lot of fun. It makes all these events a lot more fun when you have multiple guilds around, getting to kind of check in on progress with various different folks, and especially having different, like having North American guilds in the house gives us a lot of different schedules. You got people playing at all different hours of the day, so there's always somebody doing something, and makes it feel a lot more alive and better for the environment when there's no, anytime, last time it was basically just Method in the house, we, obviously they were playing 16 hours a day, so it wasn't frequent, but you'd have these kind of dead spots where everybody's gone, the place is silent, and it's sort of this is okay, cool, but when does Method get back in? So yeah, it's really nice to have multiple different guilds around here, and I think really adds to the vibe. But so world 4th kill of Vexiona by Aversion. They jump into the 7 of 12 club and they'll start working on Rod Den. Or who knows? Maybe they'll decide, screw Rod Den, we're going to Drestagath. Speaking of Drestagath, we threw up a new poll while we were gone to kind of check your guys' opinion on how many pulls you think it'll take to kill Drestagath. Now, I think the sort of conventional wisdom would be that all these guilds that are going to Rod Den before Drestagath must think that Rod Den is more difficult to kill than Drestagath. But I think Limit's already got Drestagath sitting at 45%. Checked their stream while we went to break, and that seems like pretty quick. Now, maybe the boss gets a lot more difficult deep into the fight, but already having it at 45% seems pretty fast. But wanted to get your guys' opinion on how fast we'll see Drestagath go down. So we got 4 different options, 1 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, and 75 plus. And we'll see what your guys' thoughts are on how big of a roadblock Drestagath will be.
Yeah. One thing about the Limit's percentage on Drestagath is on that fight, I feel like you can kind of sacrifice your ad damage
ignore the
and
ads,
get behind
boss,
a little bit and use that to push boss
That's a
damage.
good point. Who was the boss that did? We had it's Boston Eternal Palace that was
similar to that. I'm trying to remember who it was where it was like, all right, technically the boss is here, but like none of that matters. It's like only what you're doing to the ads. And I'm trying to remember now.
Orgozoa, maybe?
It may have been, I don't think it was Orgozoa. I want to say maybe Ash, but it wouldn't have been Ashvin either. Let me think on that one. But there was one. Actually, maybe it was Ashara, where it was like, yeah, we got Ashara to a certain percentage, but like we didn't. I think it was Ashara, where it was like we got Ashara to a certain percentage, but like all of her lieutenants were at full health. Yeah. So like, who cares what Ashara's health was at because you were nowhere close.
Doesn't matter.
To progressing the boss fight. And Drestagoth may be similar, where it's like, okay, look, the boss's health is sort of immaterial until the ads are dead.
Yep.
So that one could be kind of tricky to keep track of. So Limit now working on Drestagoth and kind of keep an eye here. It looks like so far the preliminary numbers are saying you guys think it'll take somewhere between 25 and 75 pulls. Yeah, actually a fair number of people thinking 75 plus, which would make it sort of far and away the most difficult boss before the final two, and that would be...
Well, we still have Il'gynoth left after.
Oh, you know what? I totally forgot about Il'gynoth. You are correct. Yeah, so if we have a 75 plus boss in Drestagoth, and then Il'gynoth is another difficult boss, and then Carapace and Ny'alotha are also, I think based on what I've heard from people talking about those two, we would expect those two to also be, Carapace probably being like a Zakul-esque boss that's going to take 75 to 100 pulls, and then Ny'alotha, if that one goes 200 plus pulls, this could be quite the tier. It could be here for a while. So definitely, as someone who can appreciate raiding but maybe doesn't want to spend like 7 months progressing through the tier, I maybe wouldn't mind seeing a few quick bosses here in the middle. If Drestagoth wants to go down in like 15 or 20 pulls, and then Il'gynoth wants to surprise us with how easy it is, and it dies in like 20 pulls, wouldn't break my heart, because I think we're going to get plenty of time with Carapace and Ny'alotha and get all the progress stuffing that we need on those two. So having some easier mid-tier bosses I don't think would be the worst thing that could happen.
Yeah.
But kind of checking out Miras here, I noticed he's wearing that hoodie. And they sent out a few of those hoodies to the players, and those are exceptionally comfortable. I was very impressed with those. I'm usually pretty picky about the merchandise that Method sends out. As some of you know, I have a particular dress style, and so I tend to like to favor the button-up shirts. But those hoodies were comfortable enough that I had to cave and wear those occasionally because they are just really nice. And if those are something that you think also look neat, if you're a hoodie kind of guy, or you see some of the pro player jerseys and you think those look pretty snappy, or if you're a guy that likes hats and whatnot, you can check out the Method shop at method.gg, or you can click the panel below the stream. I think the shop has been freshly restocked, so you should be able to get your hands on all of that swag. And while you're in the chat typing things in, you can type in !giveaway to participate in the giveaway that we're doing here during the Race to World First. There's a bunch of our partners have put together a package featuring an MSI desktop and some Corsair peripherals, a year subscription to NordVPN, and some the runtime care package, and a lot of really cool stuff in there, and completely free. So !giveaway in chat. Be sure to enter that for a chance to win. It is, in fact, the desktop that Genji is playing on right now. So if you have a crush on him, you want to use the same desktop he does, now is your chance. And also, if you want to follow Method on Twitter, if you're scared that you're going to miss out on any of the coverage of the Race to World First because you can't have the stream open 24/7, which is unfortunate, but sometimes, life happens, we will catch you up with all of the big news from the stream, any really cool like memes or pictures or whatnot. If you're scared you're going to miss out on any of that, make sure to follow Method on Twitter, and we will keep you up to date on all of the happenings. So that hopefully there won't be anything you miss out on there. And having a wipe here on Rodin, we talked a little bit before break that it was looking like Method was making progress. That did not look like progress.
No, seemed like they just couldn't even kill the Vita orb.
Yeah, that looked...
Anytime you don't kill an orb, you wipe.
Yeah, that looks a lot like the dreaded regression. So hopefully just a one-time hiccup, but that's one of those things that can kind of bite you here on progress is when you have your eye on a particular phase. Like right now, Method's probably telling itself like phase 2, let's get to phase 2. And then you kind of start taking phase 1 for granted, maybe getting a little lazy, maybe trying to hold some cooldowns. And all of a sudden you start having like really embarrassing wipes in phase 1. And you're like, guys, what the hell's going on here? Like this should be automatic by now. So hopefully we're not getting any of that. Hopefully it was just kind of a random one-off here. But I think every guild's susceptible to that kind of lull, especially here. Method's now been going for, I think, the better part of, what time is it actually? So many clocks in this place. So it's 11 o'clock here. I think they got started around 9 a.m. So they've been going for 14 hours now. Yeah. You definitely, that 14-hour mark, you start getting, I know a lot of guys will tell you they could go, 24, 36 hours or whatever, but there are limitations to sort of the human body, and when you start hitting that 14-hour mark, there's definitely going to be some moments where, even if you're feeling pretty alert, pretty awake, you'll space occasionally, and you'll miss some stuff. So my guess is that they'll be wrapping it up here for tonight within the next hour or two, depending upon how they're feeling with Rod. If they sense a Rodin kill is close, they'll probably stick it out till the end. But if it's looking like it's still going to take another 30 or 40 pulls, my guess is that they'll pack it up before Rodin is dead and get some good sleep and come back in here tomorrow and blast it.
Yep, start fresh
really quickly in the morning. But in the meantime, if they can get some deep pulls on Rodin here in the next probably 15 or 20 pulls, probably see him try to stick it out. And so I'm rooting for a Rodin kill. We got another hour on the couch here. I am obviously rooting for a Rodin kill before we take off because I feel like the kills that I get to cast for Method are few and far between when we do these things. And so I feel like I deserve a Rodin kill.
Yep, for sure.
Seems like a thing that, as a guy that streams pretty frequently, I feel like nice things happen to streamers. So I sort of expect them. And I now expect a Rodin kill in the next hour while I'm on the couch. And so again, for those of you kind of tuning in recently, Rodin features a few notable mechanics. And we're seeing here now a version kind of sizing up Rodin, trying to get their raid comp set up as well. But the Method strategy is there's 3 orbs that are summoned on Mythic, and each one of them empowers Rodin in a different way, and you have to pick 2 and then kill the 3rd orb. And so the 2 orbs that Method is electing to allow the boss to pick up in the first phase are the Nightmare orb and the Vita orb. And the lightning that you see arcing there across the back is the Vita orb. It jumps to the furthest player from you. So you have to make sure to spread out and bounce it back and forth between distant targets. Then there's a Nightmare zone that bounces to the closest player. You see that here. So you want to make sure to spread out with that. And nobody can be in the red circle, but then it bounces to the closest one. So provides some positional requirements in this phase. And every time a player gets one of those buffs, the Vita or Nightmare buff, or now in having done the second empowerment, now the Void buff that's coming out on the ground here, that bluish purple circle, you get a debuff that stays with you for a while, where if you get any one of these empowerment effects again, you'll just die. You take like 300% more damage, you just die. So you got to make sure you're always having a new player jump into those who hasn't done it for a little bit. And so Method, now we're seeing them progress through. This is collectively, these empowerments are phase 1 of the fight. We're seeing Method work through these. Best pull is 55%. And I don't recall off the top of my head what phase 2 triggers on.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Whether that's
like 40, 30.
Usually it's like in the 40 range for this. See if I can find that real quick. But phase 2 now being what we have kind of set our sights on for progress, because the empowerments are just kind of, you rotate through each of them, and once Method's kind of got his strategy down for one of them, it's just rinse and repeat. Let's see here. Maybe chat will tell me while I'm busy looking for it.
40, it looks like.
40? Okay, so 40% now is kind of the magic number that we're looking for. Best attempt is 55. I'm not sure how many empowerment cycles we would expect to see on a 40% pull. Probably 4, maybe?
It looks like they plan for 4 with what they have set up now, but we know they haven't gotten there yet, so it's hard to tell if that would be what we're going to see.
Yeah.
But you can kind of tell how it's going to line up just because of the rate at which they kill the boss.
Well, and the move to the 3 healer comp, probably, I would guess part of that is necessitated by wanting to lock in the fact that you get 4 empowerments. If you could drop a healer and guarantee that you only have to see 4 empowerments before you go to the next phase, that may be kind of one of the driving forces behind that comp change. But yeah, so
could also just be like a phase 2 thing, like try to push out as much damage as possible. Or we've seen them miss orbs a couple of times, just a little extra damage on those, make sure they don't get any more silly wipes.
Yep, and let's be honest, in phase 2, it might actually be a hindrance having extra healers, because maybe you just get a little twitchy and accidentally heal someone to full and end up murdering them. So, yeah, it's maybe actually kind of plays into the mechanics of phase 2 to under-heal a bit and have everyone sit, at like 70 to 80% health and never get too healthy.
Talking to some of our healers, they're afraid just like Holy Paladin, Holy Shot crits somebody and they're dead. Like,
if you're not at least like below 50%, who knows what's going to happen with Holy Shock? It's just sometimes wild things happen with Holy Shock. That reminds me of the original slate of Mythic Plus affixes. There was one called Overflowing, which was that anytime you healed someone above 100%, they would gain a heal absorb for like, I don't remember, it was like quadruple the amount of the overhealing that you did, which as a Resto Druid at the time was amazing for me because HOTS would only ever like very incrementally heal you over anything. So a lot of times you'd forget that the affix even existed. But if you were playing Holy Paladin, you'd like Holy Shock someone. It would not only top them off, it would do like an extra 20 or 30% of their health bar. All of a sudden, they would have this enormous healing absorb on them, and you're just like, oh my God, it's going to take more time to heal off that healing absorb that I put on them than it was to have just let them sit at 50% health. So, yes, it was a catastrophic affix for some of the classes that had huge crit spells. You would completely forget it existed as a druid. It ended up getting removed because it was so disparate in terms of healer effect. I miss it tremendously to this day. A fantastic affix. But, so another case like this where sometimes your crits don't always do exactly what you want them to do. And it sounds like we've got Method on a short break, so we're going to jump to commercial here while we wait for them to regather themselves and come back shortly and hopefully see maybe a fancy new Raw Den strategy. We'll see.
Winter. It's cold outside. The snow's falling all around us, gently laying on the windowsill. To stay nice and warm, the fire's on. And as we all gather around, together in Twitch chat, watching the Ny'alotha race toward first, we feel cozy. We feel like we're with friends. Come be with friends. Come join Method for the very small price of free with your Twitch Prime. You can be cozy with everyone else spamming the cozy emote in Twitch chat right now. Come be with friends. Come be with Method.
And we are back from a short break on Rod Den progress, and just received word actually from Method Management while we were on break. Some fantastic news. We had a recent subtrain that ended with 572 subs from you guys, and we appreciate it so much actually that we are going to match that dollar for dollar for the Race to World, or excuse me, for the Save the Children drive that we're doing as part of Race to World First, and so. $572 or 572 subs, excuse me, we are matching to the tune of $2,860. And that's the, sorry, what's the, okay, sorry, we're going to try to provide official, try to link this up officially with the ticker, but we'll be matching the 572 sub train that we had recently with a $2,860 donation, one-to-one match for the Save the Children drive. And again, we appreciate your guys' donations for that so much, and the support has been fantastic this time as well as every other Race to World First that we've done, and that's 100% on you guys. So thank you, and we couldn't do any of this stuff without you. And I know the Save the Children organization is very impressed with the work that we're able to do through this race because of you guys. So thank you for that sub train. The one-to-one match is forthcoming shortly, and we appreciate the hell out of it. So I'll let you guys know when we get the... Okay, apparently we've got two-factor authentication because it's the internet. And, identity thieves and whatnot. So making sure that we get all the T's crossed and the I's dotted. All right. And apparently it is actually dedicated to you guys in the messages on behalf of chat. And chat, you know who you are. So... Oh, excuse me. On behalf of the cozy boys and girls. Because we all cozy boys and girls. Cozy. Okay, so they'll get back to me. They'll get back to me when the magic happens. Yeah. So Method taking a short break on Rod Den and thinking that maybe they're gonna have a tweak to their strat here, and that's been a thing that we talked a little bit about earlier. I think that once they actually get the strat that they're looking for, the rest of it will kind of fall into place. I don't know that this is a fight where I feel like you necessarily need a lot of reps. It's just like once you get the strat, once you perfect it and you get everybody going to the places that you want them going to, I think it all just kind of like flows after that. So I think that Method will probably keep tinkering until they feel like they've got it, and then once they've got it, they would just expect that like they chunk the boss really fast in phase 2.
You could almost count like each individual orb combo as its own phase, and they seem to be going through the first one or two very cleanly now, and then we get into the more unusual ones that we're saving for last, and things get a bit shaky.
Yep.
But
well, kind of like the Inquisitor fight where you have to, you get the first group gets like unlimited reps, and the second group gets slightly less, and the third group slightly less, and so by the time you get that fourth empowerment, you're well, I guess technically the fourth empowerment would be the first empowerment again, but at that point you might have different cooldowns up and whatnot.
Yeah.
So yeah, just trying to make sure you get through each one of these empowerments and get each one of them clean. The first one now I think is pretty much at the point where you expect to get through it with no deaths. Second one maybe 1 or 2 deaths, but we're I think pretty consistently seeing them work through that. The third one is where we start seeing issues, and I don't know that we've yet made it through the fourth one. So this is kind of the progress we're looking for now, is to be able to get to and through the third set of empowered orbs and have the raid still at a point where it's sort of viable. Now, in this first phase, we are dealing with the Nightmare and the Vita empowerments. The Nightmare is the red circle you see in melee. The Vita is the lightning arcing back and forth between ranged at the back. And that's sort of it. Like, there's ads that get spawned here that were dealt with earlier in this phase. But at this point of the phase, It's basically just moving out of the red circle and bouncing the lightning back and forth. Now we get the second empowerment coming out here, and we're going to be killing the Vita Orb, which leaves the boss with the Void and Nightmare empowerments. And so once the boss gets those, there'll be a couple ads that get spawned, and those will need to be taken care of. But the Void empowerment gets handled rather cleverly, where you have to soak that bluish purple zone on the ground, and then whichever direction you're facing when you soak it, it'll throw another zone about 15 to 20 yards away from you. But Method has slyly figured out that if you stand next to the wall and face the wall, it has nowhere to go, so it just spawns it underneath you again. So the melee take care of that, while the ranged take care of the Nightmare Zone, which previously was the melee mechanic. Now the ranged are in charge of taking care of that one. And it appears this is one of those kind of funky uniframe things. I can't tell if Nagi is dead, and that's why his health bar is red.
I think he's dead, yeah.
Okay.
Over by the purple marker.
The joys of being a DK, sometimes you can't tell whether they're dead or just a really healthy DK. But yeah, so having a bunch of people die here as the third empowerment starts, and this, as we said, is where things start to kind of unravel at this point in the strategy.
Pretty sure just like having people dead, you fall behind on the orbs. You ever hit 3 orbs, you're dead. It seemed like both of the people that died, because I think 2 people died, we just couldn't see it from the frames, but both of them died to the Void explosion from the Void ad.
Oh, okay.
That you're supposed to soak it as a group, but it gives everyone a healing debuff and does a lot of damage. So it seems like they sent someone out to immune it. But the first death, I think Roger clipped someone else. There was someone in the circle as well.
Unlucky.
When he turtled, and then Naga just couldn't survive his attempt to solo either.
Unlucky. And here we have one of Scripe's good faces here. Scripe gives a lot of good faces during progression. That's actually that we have a room that we'll sort of affectionately refer to as the Brain Trust in the studio. So we've got a lot of the Raiders behind us here at the table, but there's a separate room that's enclosed behind a door and glass, so we can see into it, but we can't hear it. And they've got Just Wait and Roger Brown and Scripe back there. And Roger Brown and Scripe have some of the best facial expressions that you'll ever see in Raiders. And Roger Brown, very emotive. You can see exactly how he's feeling on any given pull. And then Scripe has some of the best exasperated faces I've ever seen in terms of after a pull is done. Either he'll get the one where he's deep in thought and his hands on his face, and he'll be staring 3 inches away from his computer screen, or you could see him being a bit frustrated with the raid. But either way, every time the camera is on one of those two, it's usually going to be something interesting. So it looks like they're talking through some more strategy stuff, how they want to deal with this third empowerment set, how they want to be able to eliminate errors at this point.
And we talked earlier about the hotfix so that the immunities don't work to negate the nightmare effect, but it seems like immunities are still really strong in this fight just to negate the other effects. Like what we just saw was 2 people died that didn't have immunities for their soak for the Void, and
is that you mentioned that and it made me laugh because I now recall I was watching the Limit stream a little bit while I was waiting to come up here, and I remember there was one effect that happened during Raw Den that was raid damage. I don't remember exactly which one it was, but it was big raid damage. And whichever classes it was that were dead were the ones that didn't have immunities. And I remember I think Max saying something like, "Oh, imagine that the classes with no immunities are the dead ones." And it was like, yeah, I guess that's kind of true. So you get in fights like this, some classes are reminded that their defensive situation is maybe not quite as strong as some of the other classes.
Not all classes are created equal.
Yeah. So unlucky sometimes, but you make the best of it and try to figure out how to play around it. We're back on the first empowerment. And again, this is pretty much a solved portion of the fight. You have a few errors here and there, but for the most part, we get through this portion of it with no deaths and a pretty clean phase. And it starts to be in the second empowerments, and then definitely into the third empowerments where we start losing people and falling behind. And some of that can probably be attributed to cooldowns. Everyone's going to have all their stuff up at the start of the fight. And then as each progressive wave of orbs comes out, you have less and less defensives, less and less offensive cooldowns to use. So things die a little bit slower. You have a few less ways to survive your own stuff. And people start, you kind of start getting some bleed out deaths. And there appears we have the first death on Kush. And, it's very similar to a lot of the polls you've seen here recently. You have 1 or 2 people die on the second empowerment. And then you have 3 or 4 people die as you transition to the third empowerment, and then you have the wipe. And so we do have a battle res available for Kush, so get him back up and maybe make a go of it here to get the push into the third empowerment. And again, right now we're trying to work towards 40%. That's what gets us to phase 2, which is, I think, the real meat and potatoes of this fight. Now we're struggling to get through phase 1, but I don't think that's where the fight is necessarily supposed to be hard. I think based on mechanics, you would expect phase 2 to be the bigger potential roadblock. But to get there, we have to hit 40%, which will probably require 4 sets of empowerments. And unfortunately, we have Sko go down here. And having a tank go down usually is about the worst case scenario for a raid. And
already battle res.
Yeah, battle res has already been used. So we are kind of out of options here. But hopefully we can get some good progress into phase 2 tonight. As we said, starting to creep up on that time where Method's got to be thinking about going to bed. And so if they are continuing to struggle with empowerments in phase 1, they may actually head to bed around the same time we're going to finish up here on the couch. Where they may call it after, I think that would give them about a 15-hour first day. That's about where I think you would expect. Maybe on the first day they go a little bit later, but you don't want to screw up your schedule by trying to slam an all-nighter on day 1. So if they're not sensing that a raw den kill is coming immediately, they may just kind of tap out for the night and go back to bed and maybe spend some of that time. Usually I think Scripe will stick around a bit longer than everybody else to kind of run through the numbers and figure out if there's anything he can get ready for the next day. So he may send everyone else back to bed and then hang out in the lab and cook something up on his own. And Roger's back there with him. I suspect Roger may join him on those sessions now. We haven't had Roger around for the last few Race to World First. He was doing his mandatory service in the Greek military, and so he was gone for I think every other tier this expansion. But he's back now, and I wouldn't be surprised if the two of them are in that room burning the midnight oil, coming up with a Raden, come up with some Raden tweaks for tomorrow's raid.
The thing I think that is messing them up the most is when we're in the first phase and it's Vita and Nightmare, everything is kind of like they can force what they want to happen. But when you get the Void add in there, it throws RNG into the mix, and like whoever gets targeted by the Void collapse, sometimes they just die. It seems like they're almost sacrificing people that get targeted by it because they don't want to hit multiple people and like bring down more raid DPS and healing, because that healing debuff is not pretty.
Yeah. I wonder if that's an issue of the 3 healing. Like if 4 healers would make that a lot easier, or if that's just part of the fight. No matter how many healers you bring, the healing debuff is going to be an issue. But definitely, there's something that is consistently jamming them up there, and you've seen them take some time between polls to try to correct it, but it feels like whatever it is that they're doing to correct that is ineffectual so far. So that they may have to play around a bit. I know I saw actually on one of the perspectives that we had right before we went to break last time, somebody had party chat enabled on pop-up, and I saw somebody say something about is it time for like a swap-a-reno? And so that they may be playing around with class comp as well, trying to get different classes in here for different. Maybe it's for better. Maybe somebody has better defensives that you'd want to bring in, or immunity classes or something to help people survive some of this stuff. So definitely keeping an eye on the raid comp as we move forward to see if they try to address some of this stuff by bringing in different classes as opposed to changing positioning or something of that nature.
Yeah, for sure. Immunities seem like the obvious choice for what I've been seeing, but at the same time, it's like if you put too many immunity classes in there, you kind of need all those warlocks still pumping the damage on the ads and the boss. And I mean, mages, they're nice, but you kind of need consistent damage. And
Yeah, they have a very specific damage profile. Yeah. And yeah, if you need something to die in the next 10 seconds, mages are fantastic for that. But if you need them to do something outside of their corruption window, a little bit worse at bringing that consistent damage than some of these other classes. So as you can see from the damage meter here, the warlocks are piping.
Yeah, this is definitely a perfect warlock fight.
And so, and I think that was even with Kush going down for a stretch. I think he got battle res too. Yeah. So that's even with spending a little bit of time on the floor.
I mean, you can just watch them on the pole when there's one orb up and compare them to the rest of the DPS, and it's like 200k to everyone else's like 80 to 100k.
Yeah, it's a good tier to be a warlock.
Yeah, like all tiers.
Like all tiers, yeah. It was the first tier of Legion. Warlocks were terrible.
Oh yeah,
like historically awful, and that's like the only time that I can remember that warlocks, which stands out even more because of how strong warlocks usually are and everything else, but they were so bad that first tier of Legion, like you couldn't bring them to anything. Couldn't bring them to raids, couldn't bring them to Mythic Plus. They were like god awful in PvP. It was just the entire class was awful, and I feel like they've almost been like overbuffed since just because of that one tier. It was like we deserve it. We had the one tier. We had the one tier in Legion where we sucked, and we deserve good things from now on. It was like, admittedly, it was a very bad tier, but I don't know. 2 expansions later, like
they just have so many like different specs that all bring very relevant things to fights. Like if you want 2-target cleave, Destro is the best in the game. If you want multi-dot, and Affliction's really good.
Yep.
Like everything they do, and just the raid utility that they bring that no one else brings.
Yeah, warlocks have a ton of goodies that, I mean, first off, Hellstones, which were always good, but now in BFA, the fact that you can use a Hellstone and a healing potion in the same lockout is just like
unreplaceable.
Like that's, I mean, it's wild that change got made. And so, yeah, bringing Hellstones is just super nice. Obviously, the portals that warlocks allow, I mean, so those are critical for a lot of strats where you need movement quickly. And so, yeah, certainly warlocks never, and just, just for pugs in general, having a summoning stone, you see a lot of, I mean, it's kind of a joke, but I think there was one raid, it was one split raid I was watching from Method, I think earlier this week, where there was like one random warlock in a group that is, he was clearly not supposed to be in otherwise, and I think it may have just been there to facilitate like summoning people in, and it's like, yeah, you just need the guy to.
If they didn't have enough already.
Yeah.
But we can't see much of Gingy's damage meter here, but we see the top at 200k warlock.
Yeah, the one we can see.
Yeah. Gonna assume it's just all warlocks.
It's probably just all warlocks after that. But yeah, Gingy, another guy that, speaking of warlocks, I think about the only ranged class that Gingy hasn't played this tier, or hasn't played this expansion, is warlock, because I think he started off on the hunter, and then realizing that maybe hunter wasn't going to be the play this entire expansion, switched to Boomkin, and then played mage this tier. So he's kind of been bouncing all around the different range classes, and just Warlock about the one that he hasn't tried.
Maybe it's time for the resurgence of the Hunter.
Maybe it is, yeah.
How good we've seen them be on other fights.
I know I saw Miris over on his computer. He had an armory of another hunter pulled up, and he had a sim for his hunter pulled up, and I could hear him making some sort of plaintive pleas in TeamSpeak about, hey, my single, I'm almost 70,000 single target sim. Like, are you sure that we want me on my boomkin? Like, I feel like my hunter could work this tier. So I know he's over there trying.
Seems like Boomkin may not be the greatest on the fights we've already seen, but these next ones that we're getting into, I think it'll shine a lot more.
And I think he appreciates being able to play Boomkin for the versatility that it can bring in terms of helping out the raid with things like healing, innervate. Obviously, Druids have a very extensive defensive kit, so he can keep himself alive through a lot of damage. So it's a very good class. I mean, Miris is a guy that plays a ton of different classes at a very high level, and because of that, he has sort of that insight that you get from having played all the different roles in a raid where, if you've only ever played DPS, you'll be the type of guy that has unit frames on your screen, but they'll be in the corner and also minimized as small as you can get them. And like technically you can see that like someone is dead, but that's about the only thing that your unit frames are good for. And if you ever actually have to like figure something out, like see a debuff on the frames or figure out to heal someone, like it's worthless for that. You just ignore them. If you've only ever played tank, you may not really be paying attention to like some of the positional requirements of the DPS. You may know where you need to take the boss, but you maybe aren't appreciating like where that makes everybody else stand, or if you're moving the boss around a lot, what that's doing to the DPS for your melee or ranged or whatever. But when you've played all the roles, you tend to get a broad appreciation for like what makes life annoying for everybody else, and you kind of fill those gaps. And Amiris does a very good job of that. If he needs to throw out some spot healing in the middle of a pull on his boomkin, he can do that. If he needs to pop defensives to help his healers out and live through something, he can do that. If he needs to maybe make a last-ditch tank play as a druid, he can taunt and run around, do things like that. So I think the druid class especially allows you to kind of make some plays that other classes don't. And I think he does appreciate that. And we are watching here Rod Den progress, and we have one North American guild in Limit that has killed Rod Den. Most of the European guilds that have gotten to Rod Den tonight, I guess I'd be surprised if we saw anyone kill Rod Den from the EU region tonight, given how many attempts it looks like he's going to need to kill him. Pieces may be close. They've been on Rod Den now for several hours.
Yeah.
So they aren't streaming, so we don't know. It's pure speculation, but given how fast they cleared through the first 7 bosses, they've certainly been tearing up this raid tier so far, and based on the pace that they set up to Rod Den, they could conceivably kill it tonight. I'd be pretty surprised if Method did, especially given the progress we've seen from them here over the last hour or two. They appear to be struggling getting through Phase 1. They would have to just be absolute masters of Phase 2 at this point to progress far enough. Unless they're planning on going for like another 3 or 4 hours, I'd be very impressed if they managed to get Rod Den dead tonight. But I'd expect to see it drop pretty early tomorrow. And we'll be keeping an eye on the other guild in-house version. They just killed Vexiona, I think, like 30 or 40 minutes ago. So they're getting some Rod Den attempts in tonight. I don't know how late they're going. Whether they, that Vexiona kill was late enough tonight that may be kind of like, all right, let's do a few pulls on Rod Den, just see what's going on, and then, let's go to bed and we'll figure it out tomorrow.
Yeah. It also gives you time to look over other people's strats, get a much better idea of what the optimal way to play out the fight will be.
Yep. Certainly good time to do some homework and watch some videos and whatnot. So we're seeing here Method moving into the second empowerment, and let's see if they can kind of cleanly move through here. We have everyone alive, question mark, I think.
I really want to pay attention now when the void collapses start coming out from the Void Hunter and what they try to do with that. Like, this one's being blocked, but it's completely RNG. If it goes on someone that can immune it, I don't I haven't seen them be able to use it well, or like they just
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. And that's how fast one of these polls can end. Is just, there goes half the raid.
It almost seems like they, if it doesn't go on an immunity person, they just let them die. And I don't know if they have enough people with immunities to consistently make it to the last phase like that.
Yeah, and you do kind of wonder at some point if a guild is willing to just roll the dice and keep chain pulling until you get the right. Maybe it's like, we could fix it, but it would take such an overhaul of the strategy that we'd rather just pull it repeatedly and hope that we get it on. Eventually we'll get it on someone with immunities enough that we can advance into phase 3. I get the sense that's not what method will be happy with.
It doesn't seem like the kind of strategy you want to play around.
Right.
Like you don't want to hope for RNG. You want to force the RNG that you want to happen.
But it does also seem like we keep seeing them die to sort of the same set of circumstances every time. So it's like, if they are trying to adjust for it, I'm not seeing how yet. I'm not seeing what the sort of counterplay is to that mechanic so far. So certainly something to keep an eye on. Maybe something when we get done with our shift, I'll pop over and kind of go, hey, what the hell's going on?
It is dependent on the ad. So if they are able to burn the ad quicker, they could only get 1 or 2 void collapses. But it seems like even with what they're doing now, I would assume they're focusing it primarily, but it's still just 1 on the wrong person, and you're down on DPS for the rest of the fight.
Yep. All right, so keeping an eye on the raid here while we see. I'm looking for any indication that they're potentially wrapping it up tonight, because I would like to get an opportunity here to walk over and kind of pick one of their brains on Rodden when we're done. And I am also kind of curious. I'd like to see Limit's kill video, because I'm curious to see how much they have borrowed from that strategy and whether there's anything else they might pick up from. And it looks like, if I'm interpreting the movement we're seeing over here from Aversion, it looks like I think Aversion is calling it for tonight, wrapping it up. So, I think they got Vexiona down, did a few pulls on Rodden, see what was up. And gonna go to bed tonight and probably spend a little bit of time watching some VODs and making sure their strat's good for tomorrow. So probably lock them in at 7 to 12 for the evening. Fantastic work from Aversion Guild, and definitely in the running. I mean, that is a very strong performance out of them for day 1, and setting a very strong pace for the rest of this tier. So certainly looking for big things out of them in Ny'alotha.
Yep, they've looked great so far. I mean, anyone that's gotten Vexiona down is kind of like a step above the rest of the competition at this point. So,
yeah, in terms of sort of the banding of bosses, the first 3 are bosses that you kind of expect any guild worth their salt to be able to knock down within maybe 5 attempts each. And then you move on to Hive Mind and Shadar, and those are bosses that realistically you probably shouldn't spend more than 15 or 20 pulls on, and you get those dead. Then you move on to Inquisitor, and if you've got some Pele's in the raid, maybe you can knock that thing out in 20 attempts, but maybe you're looking at 30 or 40 attempts for that. Then you start getting Rodden, Drestagoth. Il'gynoth's still kind of a question mark. Who knows with Il'gynoth? Maybe that boss takes a ton of pulls. Maybe it's more manageable. But these are all bosses that could potentially be. Rodden took, I think, limit 50 plus pulls.
I think it was 70 or 80 pulls.
And it's looking like it's going to take Method every bit of that as well. They have 31 pulls, and we haven't seen phase 2 yet. We haven't even, I don't know, seen super good progress in phase 1. I haven't seen a pull yet where I'm like, this is, oh man, we might see phase 2 here, as most of these things have fallen apart in by the 3rd set of empowerments. So certainly this could be a boss that takes Method, another 30 or 40 pulls to kill. And so this and Drestagoth and Il'gynoth are kind of their own set of bosses. So if you're in that mix where Vexiona is kind of that break point between sort of the early mid-tier bosses and the late mid-tier bosses. And if you can get on the other side of Vexiona tonight, you're in very good shape.
For sure.
Now, we saw... Okay, so hold on. So chat is spamming donation check. And it appears that we have finally gotten confirmation on that one-to-one match for the sub-train earlier. I was told that we were having to jump through some technical hoops to get that, but it appears that has gone through now. So once again, thank you guys for the big sub-train earlier, and Method has matched that dollar for dollar. 572 subs converting into $2,860, which brings our total donations for Save the Children up to the number just disappeared off the screen, but $7,000 something dollars, which is absolutely wild. And again, just for the day one progress on this thing, we are well on the way to that $25,000 goal. I suspect this is going to be another tier where we smash that goal in the first few days, and then we have to come up with something creative of what we're going to do for the rest of the drive. So once again, the support has been amazing. Thank you again, and we love you guys for that. It's been monstrous. And speaking of the sub train again, we have subs enabled on the Method channel for this race. So if that's something that you guys want, if you want to pick up some of those comfy emotes or just show appreciation to the boys in the guild and throw a sub to the channel, we appreciate that as well. So look forward to seeing a bunch of the emote spams later on in the broadcast. But I think the guild has gone on break. I don't know. Are they done? Version's done. Is Method? I don't know. I saw... Okay. Well, it looks like they're still gone. I saw Roger Brown disappear from the room. I couldn't tell if that was like a bathroom break disappear or like a I'm getting the hell out of the building disappear. I wasn't sure on that one. But Roger's getting pizza.
Yeah, we do have a new poll for that actually.
Wow. Oh, what did Roger Brown have on his pizza? Hey, if you guys like polls, and I know you do, we have a new one up. What did Roger Brown have on his pizza? What do you guys think? We got pineapple, we got tuna, we got pepperoni, we got banana. That's a lot of really weird stuff.
I hope it was not banana.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even... Is it even legal to put tuna on pizza? I know people have strong opinions about pineapple, but, like, tuna is actually just kind of weird, champ. That one's...
Actually, yeah. Never even heard of tuna or banana.
Well, okay, so banana... So I feel like that's like a Swedish thing. When we went to MDI down in Australia, now one of the Method EU guys was sitting in the back of the bus that we were taking down to the venue, and he was, like, bragging about all the weird shit he put on his pizza, and it was, like, bananas and nuts and, like, just... Yeah, like, just, I swear to God, he was trying to make me throw up. It was disgusting. There was, like, I think it was, like, Béarnaise sauce or something. And I was like, are you, dude, like, like, I'm trying to eat lunch soon, man. And he's like, no, it was delicious. I don't know, it's just how we settle into the couch. I sat back for a while, like,
yeah, gotta stay close to the PC.
Stretch this. So yeah, if you guys want to go harass now at some point, like pop into his stream and be like, you're a savage, and you like weird things, and you should feel bad about your life choices and the things that you eat. I'm sure he would appreciate that. I would appreciate that, and I want you guys to let him know that like he's on the wrong side of this thing. History will show that he eats weird pizza, and it's not normal, and it never will be. There will never be a revolution in like the culinary scene. No, I'm sorry, I'm like on a thing now. At no point in the future of humanity will people look back and be like, it was normal for him to eat bananas on pizza with like peanuts and other stuff like that. That's going to go down as like a big misfire. So. Anyway, yeah. We're waiting around for the next Raw Den poll. And it appears from the answers that we've gotten from you guys, a little over 2,000 of you say that Roger Brown, by a very slight margin, put pepperoni on his pizza, which seems, of these options, like the safe choice. We got some trolls out there that said that he put pineapple on his pizza. And there are some people out there that I could see putting pineapple on a pizza, but Roger doesn't actually strike me as a guy that does pineapple. He's Greek. I feel like he probably just puts olive oil on it. Probably like a lot of olive oil on it. And I don't know what else. I don't actually know like what Greek pizza. They do like the mozzarella, like just like actual like chunks of mozzarella like probably. And tomatoes and
onions, tomatoes, olives, that kind of stuff.
And actually, you know, I was memeing on tuna, but like Greeks probably put like a ton of fish on everything too. So maybe he did have tuna on there. I don't know. But yeah, so Derry went in to go check with him and see.
Seems like we'll get what he actually put on his pizza soon.
Yeah, I'm actually curious now that. Wow, JB, that's super Greek racism. It's not really racism. Peppers. Just like I said, Greeks love peppers. Yeah, so it was peppers. And he thinks we're all really weird for wanting to know. Which, admittedly, that is kind of a weird thing.
Yeah.
Look, I'll call a spade a spade. It was kind of weird that I was that interested in what he had on his pizza, but it's sort of late, and you know, sometimes
it's still
the
on
mind
break.
wanders.
Just not anymore.
All right, so another poll. Keeping an eye on the comp here. See if they made any sneaky changes. I don't think so. It looks like all the usual suspects.
It looks the same. Yeah.
3 mages, 4 warlocks. Got the couple DHs. Still got Nagi in on his DK. Got the other couple melee. Roger's still in there. Still 3 healers. 2 priests and a pally. Still got Narco. Still got 2 brewmasters. So I think it's identical comp. We'll see if we've made any changes to strategy that bear fruit.
Yeah, definitely want to keep an eye on this second set of Void and Nightmare, I think it was. Yeah. And see what happens when they get the Void ad and Void collapses start going out, because it seems like that's what's wiping them to me.
All right, and we have a literally instantaneous death here. So Nagi's down. We got a battle res for him. So bring it back up. Oh, we got Narco dead too.
I think
so
yeah,
this one. That looks like a do-over. We'll hit the old mulligan button on that one. All right, well, I hope that wasn't the change to their strategy, because if the change to the strategy was lose a couple melee instantly and then wipe, I think I've seen better adjustments. But hopefully they figure something out here.
Yeah, I guess that was just the Nightmare debuff from the looks of it. They got Nagi at least. I wasn't sure about Narco.
5-minute break, 30-second wipe. Yeah, the ratio's not great, you know. You'd like to get those numbers up maybe a little bit. Maybe bring down the break time, bring up the wipe time. Certainly, yeah. Show them those metrics. Let them know that they need to work on that ratio. Lose a couple melee and wipe. That's your guild strat. Stop copying my guild. That's our thing. Lose melee and then wipe. We invented that.
But it looks like Method is about 32 wipes, or 33 now wipes on Raw Den, which would put them still about like 50 attempts behind what limit down.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if they turn this around real quick and like make some good progress in the next like dozen or so pulls, they could certainly be ahead of schedule. But I guess it's not been a very encouraging like last dozen pulls. I feel like we haven't really seen anything that made me think like, yeah, they're right there. Like this too is imminent. It feels sort of like we just keep dying to the same stuff.
But it is like we've mentioned, like it's certain things that are getting them, and if they get past that, then it's right back to.
But that's my point. Is like it's been the same things that have been killing them, and I haven't felt like I've seen anything that was like, oh, that's what they're trying to do to stop that from happening. It just is sort of like, yeah, they died, do it again. All right, they died, do it again, and like, hey, guess what? They died, do it again. So I don't know if they are making changes and they're just not working, like if they are making changes that are just being ineffective, or if they're just like crossing their fingers and hoping that eventually it works out one of these polls, but
Looks like they're lusting on pull now. Interesting.
So, yeah, I mean, I guess at some point, if you're just trying to get to phase 2, maybe you say, like, you know what, F this, let's just burn them and...
As much damage as you can get.
Right, just try to brute force them into phase 2, and we'll figure out the finesse part of it later.
But already going better than last poll.
Yes,
so.
Nobody dead on the first nightmare explosion, so improvements. And we'll see here. You know, as we said in the past, phase 1 was, or the first empowerment was supposed to be the gimme. Like that was one that they weren't having any issues with lately, and then they proceeded to wipe on it. So. Hopefully we can get into phase 2 this time, or into, the second empowerment. And I guess one time before we get off the couch, I'd like to see the 4th set of orbs come out, and just even if they immediately die to them, like terribly die to them. I just want to see the 4th set of orbs come out and show that that's like a thing that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what they're planning around, right? Because the Nightmare and Vita seems like the easiest combination they can get. So even if it does come out, it's not nearly as big a deal. I want to watch out for this Void Collapse again.
All right, so
Mini got it this time.
Void Collapse on Mini, and Demon Hunter does have, an immunity. So that is, if the plan is hope that a guy with an immunity gets it, we're in good shape. Same with Narco, also an immunity class. So 2 for 2 at this point. Now, I guess it remains to be seen whether we have just gotten incredibly lucky.
Yeah, and they burn the ad before the 3rd one goes out. So this could be a good pull.
All right, so if, in fact, the strategy is pray to God that it goes on immunity class until the ad is dead, the strategy is working perfectly. If that's not the strategy, we didn't even get a chance to see what the other strategy is because there was no need for it, so time will tell. But we are now moving into the 3rd empowerment. We have 1 death, but I think we have a B-res. We do have 1 B-res left, so it looks like we lost Miras and should be able to get him back up. And now we'll see how we handle the ads on this empowerment.
We still have Void Collapse, and these are going to be 2 in a row. They have the Rogue to immune this one.
Right, so you still got Cloak of Shadows for the Rogue. So once again, if the strategy is pray for immunities, it's working fantastically. It goes on Scribe. Good news. He has an immunity. So far, so good.
Already their best pull, and they have everyone alive going into 50%.
Okay, so 40%, as we mentioned, 40% is the magic number where we unlock the 2nd phase. And as we also mentioned, we think that it'll take 4 empowerment cycles to get to that point. And we are now seeing, as I requested about 2 minutes ago, I think the first time that we are actually getting the 4th set of orbs out. Ooh. So we'll see how they're going to handle this. Now, this should be the same set of orbs that we see at the beginning of the fight, which should ideally be the easiest set. Presumably, you're going to do the set that is the easiest first. So this should be the Nightmare and Vita combination that they've practiced, dozens of times by now. But yeah, you can hear Gingy getting excited. You can hear him getting excited. He can at least sense phase 2 is close. I believe he's memeing a little bit about maybe killing the boss as soon as they get to phase 2. But maybe we can at least get a taste of that phase 2.
I mean, it's kind of hard to tell how bad phase 2 is compared to the rest of the phase, but it seemed like they can get there consistently as long as things go in their favor.
Right, yeah, as long as you can just immune everything. Now, having said that, if you look around the raid, I don't know, like, looking at the classes that don't have an immunity, I'm assuming that the Void Collapse can't go on a tank, but I might be wrong. I don't know. But I don't know in the time that I've paid attention. I don't know that I've seen it go on a tank. I don't know that I've seen it go on a healer.
don't think
And if
you
you can't
need
go on a tank or healer, that removes a big portion of the raid that doesn't have an immunity.
Yep.
Otherwise, you've got paladins, rogues, mages. It could be a warlock, but demon hunters, the DK if you can AMS it. There's a lot of ways to get rid of magic stuff in this raid. So if that is the strategy, just hope that it goes on somebody that can get rid of it. I don't know. Maybe that is a workable strategy. So anyway, we're getting the hook actually officially from Preach that we have gone over time, and I think he can smell a kill. I think he can smell a kill, and he wants no part of not being on the couch for it. So them's the rules, I guess. That the Void Collapse can't go on a tank.
Be with friends. Come join Method for the very small price of free with your Twitch Prime. You can be cozy with everyone else spamming the cozy emote in Twitch chat right now. Come be with friends. Come be with Method.